Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather live stream. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. We are going live right off the bat as we actually have a tornado in progress. This has just dropped west of Watertown, South Dakota. This is currently live from Connor Croft. Let me go over to Storm Intermedia though. This is a tornado in progress and it looks relatively large right now. There it is.
The ground, guys. Look at that ground.
We got a tornado in progress already as we went live. Tornado in progress again west of Watertown. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. This is near Kempasca, just west of Watertown in South Dakota. Bottom right of your screen. This is just south of Florence. It's in eastern South Dakota. It is right along a boundary, and this is likely a strong tornado right now that is in progress. And it is currently located near 8 and 23 roadways, just off to the west of North Shore. It will be heading towards the Lake Kempasca and as well as North Shore areas over the next few minutes. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible, as this is likely a strong tornado right now that is in progress. Again, just to the west here of Watertown in South Dakota. This is also Connor Croft's view.
Huge bowl funnel, guys.
Again, that is a large, as Connor just alluded to, it's a large bowl, and this could fully condense into a pretty big tornado here in the next few minutes. It is right along an outflow boundary, and right along that boundary is where the tornado risk is going to be the highest. So we are monitoring the situation very closely. This environment in particular is very favorable for tornadoes. But this is still a tornado down. It's not fully condensed, but there is a tornado down here just to the west of Watertown.
I might get a little closer, chat. I'm gonna get a little closer to that thing.
See all the, look at all the vortices there at the bottom of your screen as well. It's very photogenic right now. It is literally a photogenic storm. Bottom right of your screen is also what it looks like on radar. Tornado will be right in that little hook right there. So just northeast of Henry in South Dakota. And there it goes again. Picking up even more
we got a tornado down
dirt in this field. It could obviously hit some populated areas here soon, including areas near Watertown, South Dakota. It is still going.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It is now a fully condensed tornado. So this is now fully condensed.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now a particularly dangerous situation. This is the highest level tornado warning that you could possibly get. This is a particularly dangerous situation for those near just outside of Watertown in South Dakota. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is, again, a particularly dangerous situation. We got a big-time tornado right now ripping through a field right next to 23 and 8 roadways just west of Watertown. This is a sizable tornado, and it looks very intense right now. I mean, this is definitely a strong to intense tornado. It has very intense motion. Look at Storm Intermedia's view as well.
Guys, look at that thing go. We'll have an amazing view on top of this hill right here, chat.
This is a huge tornado.
Oh my gosh, that thing is ripping.
This tornado is growing in size right now, and unfortunately it is heading towards more populated areas. Luckily it is in an open field right now, but it is going to be heading towards homes just outside of Watertown near Lake Kempasca.
Tornadoes I've ever seen.
Look at that violent motion.
Get ready to run, everyone.
It is picking up debris. It is starting to pick up some debris. It's hard to tell what that exactly is. We can see the debris flying around it right now. So there is debris flying around.
That thing is violent.
That is ripping up a lot of stuff right now.
Incredible roar on this thing.
Those are hopefully just trees and not parts of buildings or homes.
Gosh, that's violent.
That is violent motion though right now. Again, just northeast of Henry, South Dakota. Is actively picking up a lot of debris. It looks like, hopefully just, again, trees. It's hard to tell from this perspective, but a lot of trees are back there. It is currently, this tornado in particular is located near it looks like near the Spencer Stake public shooting area. There's a lot of public areas over here. Looks like, again, a lot of force. So hopefully that is all that is being picked up in this general area. But again, this still has violent motion. This tornado is still cranking and producing damage right now, just to the west of Watertown, South Dakota. Look at that. Holy crap, this view is even crazier. You can see how fast that motion is. It's likely scarring the ground right now with how intense this tornado is.
This is not our tornado, guys.
Look at that motion. And there goes another little bit of debris. There's still debris flying.
He's jogging south. Be careful. Be careful.
That has violent motion. Look at all the vortices spinning around. So again, if you look bottom right of your screen, that couplet is located over 23 and 8 roadways just west of Watertown. Just northeast of Henry, south of Florence.
Brandon, be careful. Brandon, it's coming south, dude. Be careful out there, Brandon. It's coming south, bro.
There's a lot of people that are really close to that.
There, man. Get the fuck out of there, Brandon.
There are people literally next to the tornado up there. It is now crossing over this roadway, which this is, I believe, 23 roadway. So it's crossing over the 23rd. It's actually called 42nd Avenue. It says 23 on here. That tornado is now over the roadway.
Violent tornado right there.
This is still a violent tornado. This thing is unbelievable. That person's out of his car. What is he doing? I mean, look at the motion. It's absolutely insane. That guy got out of his car. I don't know what he's doing. This tornado, again, has violent motion. This is a violent tornado right now, just east of 23. It is heading towards North Shore, South Dakota now.
We're good here. We're good here.
It's a very slow-moving tornado. It does not move very much. It's about to hit another 4. It looks like it's gonna hit some more trees there on the right. There's been some debris flying around. We haven't seen anything. Oh, there goes a lot of debris. What is that? Is that a part of a... That might be part of a building right there. What was that? It just picked up a lot of dirt or something. It just picked up a lot of debris. Now we got debris flying everywhere. There is debris flying everywhere. There's plenty of trees right there. It's a very slow-moving tornado, so whatever it hits, it's just going to be sucking it all up. My goodness.
Time to go.
Connor's repositioning. Connor's literally next to the tornado still. You can see it on the right side of your screen, picking up even more debris. There's stuff flying everywhere. Unfortunately, this is, again, damaging, it looks like, a building. I mean, we got debris everywhere now. That is literally part of a home or a building that was just sucked up by this tornado. It is picking up, again, some sort of building. There's debris absolutely everywhere, though. Connor's gonna view again in a second. But there's debris just flying.
Flying debris.
Connor doesn't have the right camera on. There it is. There's...
Watch the debris field, Connor. Be careful.
There's stuff everywhere in the air. It's even getting closer to Connor. It almost just hit him. Gonna go back to radar for a second again. They're bottom, middle, and bottom right of your screen. This tornado, once again, is heading in the direction of Watertown in South Dakota. This is a violent tornado that is currently moving to the east-southeast. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows. You need to put as many walls between you from the outside as humanly possible, as this is a violent tornado right now that is in progress. It is producing significant damage in this field. Hopefully, again, this is just trees, but it looked like parts of buildings were being lifted up by this tornado.
Violent, violent, violent.
They're showing absolutely no signs of slowing down right now, heading right towards the town of Watertown, South Dakota, just west of I-29. My goodness, look at that motion. Just when you thought it was already at its peak of intensity, it is still going crazy.
Holy cow, dude.
I'm very concerned if this does get close to Watertown. Again, Watertown is a much more populated area, and North Shore also is a bit more populated. This is near 442nd Avenue. There are a few farms here. There is a farm that may have been damaged by this on 168th Street. It is going to be approaching a few more farms, and then once it gets towards Lake Compasca, there are a lot more people that live along that lake.
Tornadoes I've ever seen. Watch debris.
Debris is still flying in the air everywhere. You can see the debris almost hitting Connor there. You can see how close it is to his car.
Holy cow.
This is insane.
That is one of the most violent tornadoes I've ever seen.
Tornadoes now over 169th Street. It just passed by a farm, and it's now coming up on 170th Street.
It's that might be the most violent. I mean, I'm not even joking. This thing needs to lift now. It's heading right for Watertown. This thing's got to lift. If it doesn't lift, we're going to have big problems.
Yeah, his screen is cracked, by the way, from hail. So another view of the tornado a little bit further back. You can see, again, the violent motion there at the surface, or at the ground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning in Minnesota as well. Bottom right of your screen, new tornado warning just southwest of St. Cloud, Minnesota, also near the Manhattan area in Litchfield. You guys are currently included in new tornado warnings. Bottom right of your screen, if you are in those warnings, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This is another dangerous area of storms that's producing damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour, and then on top of that,
Rain and
potential
debris like crazy.
4 tornadoes. This is, again, a live shot of the large tornado just west of Clear Lake. We've covered this area in the past. Obviously, only about a week or two ago, or a few weeks ago, we had the significant tornado near Gary and Clear Lake in South Dakota. 2 separate large tornadoes. This is not an unfamiliar territory from where we've covered this year when it comes to significant tornadoes. That is still a significant tornado in progress right there. It is still producing damage. It just passed by a farm.
I could not tell. I could not tell for certain.
This is a damaging tornado. It's already picked up tons of trees and other debris. It may have also hit buildings. Hasn't really shown any signs of slowing down yet. We're hoping it lifts, but we don't know if it's going to. It's going towards Watertown. You can still see it right there. Oh, look at it rope. It might be roping out.
Watch out for weird occlusion behavior.
It might be trying to occlude. You got the big rope right there. But it still has violent motion on the bottom. Like, I mean, this thing, we've had tornadoes like this happen before where they look like they're about to rope out and then they go right back to being condensed.
Shit, dude.
And it looks like it's about to do that.
Roping out, but it's so incredibly...
It just went right back to being...
Roping out, but it's so incredibly violent.
It's going to take a fat minute for this thing to actually rope out with how intense it is. It looked like it tried to rope out and it did not. Latest radar scan, bottom right of your screen, completely has the velocity couplet gone. So we got to hope that this is hopefully the end, but...
It's roping out, guys.
Tornado is still down for the time being, just west of Watertown. This is once again just west of Watertown, South Dakota.
Another freaking slithery snake.
It is still going.
All right, dude. Record.
It's going right through a cornfield, it looks like right now. This is still a PDS tornado warning, by the way. They just updated it. This has not been downgraded. It is still a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. We've had a large and potentially even violent tornado on the ground here for the last several minutes. It has not shown any signs of lifting yet. It has attempted to occlude. Looks like debris is going across the Connor here. Mostly leaves and some branches, so nothing substantial hitting their cars here. But there is debris still flying. And that tornado now is about to cross right over the road again. So this would be along 170th Street. There are a couple farms that this tornado just went by. It still has not lifted. It is still lifting up debris. I mean, this thing is just a corkscrew right now. This is going to be approaching, if it stays on the ground, it will be approaching Kempeska and as well as North Shore, South Dakota.
Ripping up water again. Another water thing.
I mean, look at that motion. Man, that is just unbelievable.
Holy cow, that's incredible.
This thing still has intense to violent motion.
But fails every time.
It had tried to occlude and it failed.
Holy shit, man.
By the way, you can see this tornado all the way from Kranzberg, which is nowhere near this tornado warning. This is a shot of the tornado. This is about 20 miles to the east of where this tornado is. You can actually see it all the way outside of the tornado warning, which is unbelievable. That was Tornado Pagey. They're all the way back over to the east of Watertown. That's unbelievable how far you can actually see this tornado. Tornado's ripping through a field right now. Again, they are 170th Street.
It's another one of those things that won't die, dude. It's another one of these tornadoes that just will not ever quit.
Also, don't forget, we have 2 tornado warnings right now in Minnesota. Bottom right of your screen, that is near Litchfield. Watkins, just south of St. Joseph. We are going to talk more in detail about those hopefully soon. Obviously, the biggest concern right now is this major tornado that is in progress. It could be going towards Watertown, South Dakota.
Dangerous tornado.
It is unbelievable how this thing is still on the ground. It is ripping.
This list before Watertown.
It is intense to violent. The other storms in Minnesota, those are more linear, so we're talking about QLCS tornadoes out of that activity right now.
That might have been the most violent tornado.
This is a discrete supercell that has still not shown any signs of actually lifting.
I'm not even joking. That thing was more violent than Gary.
This is a powerful tornado, to say the least.
No joke.
And it is only about, let me get a measurement here. This is approximately 10 miles to the west of Watertown.
Again.
Now, if this does actually lift, it could recycle and still drop a tornado near Watertown. I do want to throw that out there. Look at that corkscrew.
We're roping out. This thing is more violent than Gary was.
Okay, tornado is almost lifted. Hopefully it ropes out entirely here.
I've never roar motion like that in my life.
It's still going, which is just unbelievable.
No way in hell I was getting close to that. I mean, we got close. No way in hell I was walking on foot in front of that thing. It wobbled south hard.
I cannot believe somebody got out of their car, for the record, when this tornado was almost next to them. How violent the motion was.
Out on foot in front of it. Lucky it didn't accelerate faster.
There are a few other views of this tornado as well. That's Tornado Pagey's view. As I mentioned before, they are still about 15 miles to the east of this tornado, which is unbelievable that you can see a tornado from that far away. And then this is Storm Intermediate's view. They're a little bit further to the north of where the tornado is. It is still down, though. It has not lifted. Despite it not being nearly as large and as large of a cone, it is still a tornado that is down here. Again, near Highway 10. And I have a feeling that this thing is going to recycle and drop a new tornado. Maybe this one even gets intense again. It's kind of a little drill bit tornado at this point, not nearly as significant as before, but still producing damage.
Where were the? I didn't see any actual. I saw what looked like a couple barns, maybe. I didn't see.
It's still going. It literally looked like it was about to fully occlude, and it's still up.
Somebody said it was a house. I was going back up there, and I was just told it's empty. Nobody's there. Hey, guy just hopping on. I was watching Tanner's stream and pulled up.
It's unbelievable. This is still on the ground. You can literally see it. This is from downtown Watertown. This is Tornado Pagey. You can still see the tornado from Watertown. And if you live in Watertown, you technically aren't in the tornado warning unless you're on the west side. You could literally see the tornado from there. And it looks like it's getting larger again. It looks like it's starting to try to intensify again. So once again, if you are anywhere in this pink polygon, west of Watertown, South Dakota, you need to put, again, as many walls between you from the outside as possible. This tornado has not lifted. Even though it looks like it's tried to multiple times, it is still a tornado down, likely intense, currently heading towards Watertown. This is not taped. It is a live stream. We are live. This is live footage. For whoever was just asking in the chat, this is live. Again, heading in the direction of Watertown, South Dakota. Obviously, we are hoping this thing occludes as soon as possible. It is not yet. It is still down.
Just haven't been on the radio. Didn't want to bother you.
Still see the tornado literally from Watertown. Oh, might have gone.
I don't think it's done. See that rope out?
Oh, you can still see the funnel right there. I think it is now trying to fully occlude, but you can still see the funnel right there, middle of your screen. That is a funnel that is not scud. So that is still the remnants of this tornado.
Looks like a new mezzo maybe forming to the north.
You can see it from Storm Intermediate's view. That little kind of bent over curl kind of looks like a Cheeto on the left. That is still it's technically still a tornado. I'm pretty sure that is still making ground contact. Definitely not as strong as before, but it is down. You can see all the remnants now of those rain currents that have wrapped all the way around that tornado. They are literally being spun out for miles here, just west of Watertown. Unbelievable what we just saw here. And again, I do think we're going to see a new tornado form with this storm as it tracks to the east. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm going to point out that this is most definitely going to be a cyclic supercell. We've seen one couplet, and there's actually been another couplet off to the northwest of it the entire time. So whenever we do see the main tornado wrap up, we are most likely going to see another one. We can still see that it's very attached to this boundary, so it's going to continue to produce a tornado. Also, we did get confirmation that unfortunately the structure that was, or Connor Croft saw get impacted by that tornado was a house. However, there are no injuries. It sounds like that house was unoccupied when the tornado hit it.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So it does sound like we did have damage from this tornado, and unfortunately, obviously, with the nature of this storm, it is along an outflow boundary. It could easily produce another significant tornado here in a few minutes. It is starting to wrap up again. We are starting to at least see a new mesocyclone form on this, and you can see the hook that is reaching out to this outflow boundary, and that is all this storm is going to need to produce another potentially significant tornado as it approaches Watertown, Castlewood, and even Clear Lake, which again, we've talked about this in the past, but Clear Lake is an area that has unfortunately been impacted by significant severe weather recently. We literally had a tornado in Clear Lake not too long ago. It only happened like a month ago when we had our tornado in Clear Lake. We had one in Gary. So this is a very familiar territory when it comes to tornadoes. And unfortunately, I do think with the environment that this storm is in, it will probably produce another tornado, and it could be another significant one. This is not the same kind of day as the day that we had about a month ago when Clear Lake and Gary had tornadoes. But if you remember, we started the stream with one tornado that lasted 15 minutes or so, probably intense to violent, and then about 10-15 minutes later we had another tornado that almost did the same exact thing, and that one was on the ground for an hour. So I want to give you an idea here that this storm could recycle and try to drop another tornado as it moves into areas near Watertown and Kransburg. I want to take our attention back over to Minnesota. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that have gone up, and including tornado warnings as well that have been issued. Off to the west of Minneapolis, we got a large cluster of thunderstorms that is currently moving to the east at approximately 45 miles per hour. This will be approaching areas just south of St. Joseph, also going towards I-94, Buffalo, Dassel, Hutchinson, and then eventually the Twin Cities will be in the path of this line of thunderstorms. This is expected to produce damaging winds between 70 to even 80 miles per hour as it comes towards the Twin Cities over the next few hours, and there is also a potential for embedded tornadoes in this line of thunderstorms. So we need to be staying on alert. We need to be staying weather aware if we are in central or southern Minnesota tonight. If you notice here that all this yellow here is a severe thunderstorm watch. We have two different ones that are in place, but they connect to each other for eastern South Dakota, all the way from southern Minnesota, back even towards the Canadian and United States border near International Falls, where significant damaging winds, very large hail, and a few tornadoes are all going to be a possibility. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking south of our Wakefield, Virginia radar site near Sedley. There is a unwarned tornado that was on the ground a couple of scans ago. It may try and produce again here shortly, but this is our hook right here. This looks like a QLCS style tornado, but we have had a CC drop and a ZDR drop as well. So I'm confident to say that this is an unwarned tornado going on in Virginia state.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So this is back over to the south of Wakefield in Virginia. This is a little cluster of storms that is currently pushing down to the southeast. This just produced a tornado moments ago near Corinth. You can actually see that little debris signature that we had a few minutes ago just to the west of Corinth, and that is now moving towards Sedley and eventually towards Franklin. So they may issue a tornado warning on this. The rotation has gotten a little bit broader, but definitely stay weather aware if you're tuning in from Franklin back over in Virginia. So we just again had a brief tornado there a moment ago, and guess what? That is right along along an outflow boundary, which is the same situation that we're dealing with back over in South Dakota right now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Waverly, South Shore, Kransburg, and Watertown. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging or 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, 2-inch size tail. There is also a tornado possible label on that. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning, though, for our area of rotation. It's not super definitive right now, but there is at least a broad area of rotation that is attempting to develop again just to the west of Watertown here in South Dakota. We still have a hook right along the outflow boundary, and this is currently pushing to the east-southeast. Now, in case you have not already seen, today is an elevated risk of severe weather. We do have a 5% tornado risk in place, which does encompass Minnesota, northwest Wisconsin, even eastern South Dakota, where we do think a few tornadoes are possible this afternoon and evening. So make sure that you're staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive warnings. There is a 2% tornado risk in place as well that goes from around Clear Lake and Sioux Falls all the way back through the Twin Cities, also towards Ellie and as well as the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So again, tornadoes are going to be possible this evening. Make sure that you're staying weather aware. There is even a chance that we could see some nocturnal tornadoes, which means tornadoes happening overnight or even during the nighttime hours. So it's a good idea if you have any plans to go to bed early tonight that you have ways to receive alerts. Also notice we have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place as well, which does include Minneapolis, St. Cloud, also Clear Lake in South Dakota. You guys are all included in an enhanced risk of severe weather, where I do anticipate there being a more numerous threat of severe weather for the next few hours, as we have a ton of storms going up right now. These storms should be primarily very large hail and damaging winds. Potential for a couple of tornadoes does exist, though, and then anything near this boundary right here is going to have a much more elevated chance at producing tornadoes. This is a live shot here of our storm back over near, or just west of Clear Lake near Watertown, South Dakota. This is what it looks like right now from Tornado Pagey. So this is right along the outflow boundary. There is still a little broad area of rotation. It's not really organized right now, but just west of Watertown, a large broad area of circulation that is going to be heading into Watertown, South Dakota over the next few minutes. This is from downtown Watertown. This is Tornado Pagey, also inside of the Radar Omega app. Shout out to Timothy with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Mike, for becoming a member. And also thank you, Adam, for the $20 super chat. Thanks again for being in the area reporting live on this, saving lives with this info as opposed to news not having the live eyes on this matter. No problem. Appreciate you tuning in. Here we go with the Twin Cities again. Twin Cities are going to be a common target of severe weather over the next few days. Tomorrow as well. Connor apparently has a wall cloud.
I'm almost underneath.
Alright, so Connor has a wall cloud again.
What are we fucking doing, guys? The hell out of the road.
Apologize for the language. Cannot do anything about it.
What are we doing? Move.
So yeah, there is a wall cloud. At least that is what Connor is saying. He's basically underneath it. It's back to Tornado Pagey. The storm definitely looks like a beast.
Scrub that off the windshield. Do you have paper towels?
I got the napkins right here.
Thank you.
So it's gonna take some heavy rain. There you go.
Did I get it?
I don't like those bad words. Can't do much
Yeah,
about
that
it.
one spot right there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is a wall cloud with this storm right now. It is definitely going to try to produce another tornado as it heads towards Watertown. The PDS tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire here in a few minutes.
Yeah, that is.
It's trying to come back together.
It is. Look at
They
that
scat for the
thing.
$10 super chat. Wausau Steven points. I think it'll be mostly a damaging wind threat over there.
Give me one.
By the way, the PDS tornado warning has been allowed to expire. The tornado warning polygon here is essentially noted as a normal tornado warning. It just says the tornado threat is diminished in the tornado warning and has been canceled. With that said, I do think that this thing is recycling, and I do think we are going to see a new tornado here soon. I do not think this storm is done by any means producing a tornado. This is Connor Croft, who again has reported a wall cloud. You can see the little area of broad rotation west of Watertown.
It's hard to...
Got a large hook echo and a strong inflow right along our outflow boundary, and I do think that this thing is going to try to produce another tornado as it moves into Watertown in South Dakota.
Oh yeah, I guess you're not wrong. I've got a circulation due north of me. I got one behind me.
There's a lot of eddies, a lot of little areas just within this, and I'm just kind of hesitant because I'm not sure which one's going to take over.
Yeah, that's why I haven't got much further east.
Got a new update also back over in Minnesota. We want to talk about this. West of Minneapolis, we just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. There is a tornado possible label on this. That does include Dassel, Buffalo, near Highway 12, just to the west of Minneapolis. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, a good idea to be staying away from windows and also be on the lowest floor possible, as trees could come falling down. We do have the potential also for a tornado embedded in this line of thunderstorms. We got a little hook that is trying to reach out to that outflow boundary, and there may be a more elevated tornado risk as this pushes towards Buffalo and Montrose, just to the west of the Twin Cities. We still have 2 tornado warnings in effect, one for Litchfield and the other one just south of St. Joseph. These go respectively for the next either 3 or 18 minutes, so this tornado warning will expire at 6:30 Central Time, and the other one will be at 6:45 Central Time for Watkins. Let's go back over to Clear Lake. I'm going to go back to radar here. This is the velocity scan, the latest scan. Still have a broad area of rotation. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have Storm Chaser confirmation that there's once again a tornado on the ground headed into Watertown.
All right, thank you for the update. There is a tornado down, again, for going towards Watertown.
Tornado on the ground.
There is a tornado
Where?
down again.
Vortices on the ground due north of me.
So there's once again a tornado down here near Watertown, and it's completely unwarned as of right now. They have technically canceled the tornado warning. We go over to Tornado Pagey.
I see a suction vortex due north of me.
I see a lot of rain curtains out that way.
Tornado Pagey located just east of the hook.
This is the part that's attached to that outflow, not that back piece. So,
Sounds like there is
yeah.
a tornado down again. There's also storm intermedia.
All right, Chad, we gotta drop. I'm
Don't see anything as of right now, but there were reports of at least a non-condensed tornado.
I did see another vortex just to the north. It's trying to plant a big one.
A little bit of rotation
Yeah,
there.
dude, I mean, I'm like barely down the road from you. I don't even like see where that would be. I don't see any like really quick rotation or anything.
Dude, I'm seeing nothing but dust getting ripped up right just off to my north. There's trees directly behind me. I have had multiple very evident suction vortices.
Okay, so it sounds like a non-condensed tornado, at least over the last few minutes.
It hasn't planted anything big yet, but it's definitely had suction vortices on the ground.
It's still north of the...
I still think that we're going to see a new tornado drop here in the next few minutes. I do think that this is going to undergo tornado genesis as it moves over Pelican Lake and also Watertown. I really am confident that if we get a tornado, it will be strong again. Like, I don't see there not being a strong tornado if we were to see one in this environment. It is an extremely favorable environment for tornadoes here in eastern South Dakota with this particular environment. Again, the outflow boundary being right here, and we also have a very strong inflow and also a hook echo being a discrete supercell. And on top of that, there's a lot of wind shear in this environment, and so in general, I do think if you are in anywhere really in this general area, you need to definitely make sure that you are staying alert and weather aware, because we will likely see another tornado in this area, whether it's from this storm or another one. But I think this is going to be the one that tries to drop another big time tornado here in the next few minutes. We need to hope, though, that if it does drop a tornado, it does not get near Watertown, because Watertown obviously is really one of the most populated cities out here in eastern South Dakota. Skies are still very ominous as of right now.
I'm not seeing rapid rotation underneath the clouds right now. Are you guys?
I mean, I didn't even see rapid rotation when that little quick...
By the way, in case you guys missed this was kind of crazy. You might have not seen it when we were showing you the tornado here near Watertown a few minutes ago. This is what the tornado looked like at one point. It literally looked like a corkscrew or a snake, whatever you want to call it. But that's pretty wild. That was when the tornado was occluding. It took, obviously, 10, 15, 20 minutes for the tornado to fully occlude. But wow. Pretty crazy.
Produce one of, if not the.
Looks like there's some sort of a lowering just off to our northeast.
This thing just produced one of the most violent, if not the most violent tornado I've ever seen in my life. That's the environment is capable of crazy shit. So you got to be in your safe spot in Watertown. Big problems here.
Saying a lot from Connor, by the way, when it comes to that being the most violent tornado that he's potentially ever seen, purely because of the fact that obviously he's chased so many tornadoes. If you guys have been a long-time watcher of this channel or even his channel, he's intercepted so many tornadoes, and I honestly think that was stronger than the Gary tornado, which is hard to say, but that literally had seriously violent motion. You know, I would really not be shocked if that was a violent tornado, but obviously ratings and whatnot will not be determined by the National Weather Service until at least tomorrow anyway. And on top of that, it did not hit that many things, and most tornadoes again are based off of damage and not off of actual wind speeds and such. This is a view from Connor Croft. This was a few minutes ago when we had the tornado, but this is what the tornado looked like in case you'd missed it earlier. You can see again the debris being ripped up. This is courtesy of the Radar Mega Cyclone Port network that they have. They were able to get a little video snapshot of the tornado that we had earlier just to the west of Watertown, but again, it had violent motion. So, crazy stuff. I mean, again, it did hit a home, unfortunately, or a building, but it did not sound like it was occupied. So, that's the good news. All right, we do still have one tornado warning. They have not issued a tornado warning on that storm in South Dakota, but the tornado warning in Minnesota does continue for a few more minutes just east of Watkins. That is for Stearns County, Minnesota. That is for Kimball. Near Highway 15, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in that tornado warning. We also have a very intense line of thunderstorms that is approaching Buffalo and Montrose, just to the northwest of Minneapolis. If you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be staying away from windows, and preferably on the lowest floor possible. The velocity on radar are estimating upwards of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. Winds could be more intense than that, though, you know, in terms of the upper level winds. At the ground level, they're probably closer to 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So that is just north of Dassel. It'll be coming up into Cokato and eventually going to Montrose and Rockford. This will be the area of storms that will eventually impact the Twin Cities. So we are expecting a more elevated damaging wind threat for the Twin Cities, including also a potential for an isolated tornado or two. We are going to be live covering this, especially through the Twin Cities, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. And also, if you want, you can put our live stream up on your smart TV on YouTube and just leave it up while the storms are approaching. It might take a little bit for them to hit you in the Twin Cities. It's probably about 45 minutes to an hour away, but you can always have our stream up back on your smart TV or something like that.
So now the outflow is in front of this.
Oh, okay.
This is
So it's gonna be
Tornado Pagey. They're underneath the storm near Watertown.
maybe this part out in the front.
Storm is still attempting
If it
to
tries
produce
again.
a tornado. Doesn't look super imminent right now, but we did have a brief tornado confirmation a few minutes ago from a storm chaser on this storm.
Pulling over here for a second. Looks like the main area of interest is right behind us, like just off to the northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Why is there a cop running code with a boat?
Maybe a new area of rotation trying to develop west of
Did you not see that cop go flying
Watertown.
by running code? He had a boat hooked up.
No, I was looking up.
This is Tornado Pagey's view. In a moment, we're gonna have a view looking at the storm.
Yes, this person ain't going
We should, maybe not.
go towards town.
Go back to them in a second. But this is, again, the storm near Watertown, South Dakota. This did produce a large tornado a little while ago. It is going to probably try to produce another one as it heads towards Castlewood and Clear Lake. Still has a huge hook echo. The area of interest may end up being further to the south and west here over the next few minutes as this outflow boundary, again, is kind of latched onto this hook. And I think what is going to probably happen is that we'll end up seeing a tornado threat a little bit further down to the south here, maybe going more in the direction of Castlewood, obviously just west of Clear Lake and west of I-29. So I think that's really going to be the area to watch for. Velocities right now are still hinting at least at a broad area of rotation on the west side of Watertown. It does not appear likely that we are going to see a tornado in Watertown, but obviously there could be something that happens a little bit further to the south or west. So that'll be something to watch out for. Also, we got kind of like a little tornado outbreak going on over here in Canada, back over in Ontario. The environment of Canada has issued 4 different tornado warnings: Dryden, Ignace, and as well as north of International Falls. So a few tornadoes are possible if you're back over in Canada as well. We're not really covering that too much, but if anything does happen that's crazy, we'll obviously let you know. Also, I do want to give you guys a quick update. That Virginia storm that was producing a tornado, at least briefly, that is no longer producing a tornado, and it looks like the velocities on radar have gotten a lot weaker. I think this is more of a damaging wind threat now that is heading through Franklin, just south of Windsor, heading towards Murfreesboro and Winton in northeastern North Carolina. So again, the tornado risk much lower at this point on this line of thunderstorms, but continue to stay weather aware. There was a report earlier today back over in Sigma, Virginia. That is a legit place. Sigma, Virginia. A couple trees are down, likely due to a lightning strike in Lago Mars subdivision in Virginia Beach. So, it's pretty crazy. I didn't know there was a town name called Sigma, for the record. Thank you, Karen, for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate that. I'm going to read the message. Believe to know people can count on your coverage and that of the chasers to help keep them safe. Thanks for all you do. Well, I appreciate the super chat, and I'm glad I can help. Let me go back over to... Looks like we got maybe a little wall cloud forming again on the left.
Yeah, I had a side camera on it for a second. It looked pretty.
This is Connor's POV. May have a new wall cloud attempting to form on this storm. Hey, also Logan for the super chat. And also Demon for becoming a member.
Yep.
I have a little bit of something trying to form there on the left.
Yeah, this thing is getting a monster core on it too. Watertown's about to get some baseballs probably.
Yeah, another big concern if you are in Watertown, South Dakota, is even if you are not currently in a whole lot of a tornado risk in Watertown, there is obviously a big risk for big hail. We have a huge hail core right now that is located near Roseville and Waverly and 212. And so there is likely upwards of at least 2-inch sized hail, which would again be the size of limes. Could be larger than that though. We could even have hail larger. I mean, we could be like literally have hail upwards of, you know, tennis balls, maybe even baseballs falling in the town of Watertown here over the next few minutes near Roseville, Waverly, and then going towards Kransburg. So this is still a significant supercell, regardless of the tornado risk right now. We are definitely talking about a major threat of hail moving into town here over the next few minutes. Rotation again right now does not look super imminent for a tornado. It's still broadly rotating. We are keeping an eye, though, again, on that tornado risk as this moves in the direction of Castlewood and also Clear Lake. No tornado warning on that storm for now. The only tornado warning that we have is south of St. Joseph here in Minnesota. That is going to probably be canceled in a moment. But we are monitoring a increasing tornado risk as this cluster of storms heads towards the Twin Cities over the next hour. I do think this cluster will likely end up producing an isolated tornado risk in the Twin Cities. So definitely a good idea to be staying weather aware as this line continues to push down to the southeast. A Pro Magic for the super chat from St. Louis. Appreciate you tuning in. This is also actually NATOcast has not been running in 2 days. We do not have a NATOcast outlook for today. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in South Dakota. Also in Nebraska. That is going to be for a severe threat possible through the early evening. Wind damage and hail are the primary concerns. So damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, up to golf ball sized hail, and also an isolated tornado are going to be a possibility there. So definitely stay weather aware. Also, if you guys have any photos or videos of any of the storms that are ongoing right now, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Definitely recommend you guys send in stuff if you have anything on Twitter or Facebook. Those are the two best places to send it. But obviously, Twitter is the primary platform that we are checking. Definitely make sure to add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Back over to Connor. on the storm here near Castlewood.
Jason's getting tighter on this thing.
The latest scan is showing a little bit more rotation now where Connor is, just south of Watertown.
Did you turn, or was there a car in front of? Is there a car between us, Connor?
I'm not sure. I know this truck towing the car is gonna freaking sell. I think it's there might be one car between us.
This is a view from Tornado Pagey. They're right underneath that little lowering, but I don't think we have a view of it anymore. We did that a second ago. But I do think that this storm is going to try to cycle here over the next few minutes. Maybe try to drop a new tornado on the south side of Watertown.
It looks good from like an updraft base perspective, but it's not tornado imminent. I will give it that much. It's definitely not about to produce one.
Gaddy, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, guys, we forecasted the crap out of this thing. There's like a traffic jam up here. I don't know if it's chasing convergence or what.
All right, we do have a couple of updates. I have a couple updates. First off, this storm that is in Watertown, South Dakota, the hail has been observed. It is 2-inch sized hail that is now falling in the Watertown area, so there is at least confirmation of that happening. It sounds like a golf ball sized hail was reported 4 miles to the northwest of Roseville, so that is why it is observed. As a reminder, if you have any animals outside, if you know anybody that might be outside as well, obviously make sure that they are inside. Hail can be damaging, can injure pets. Definitely a good idea to make sure that you are bringing your pets inside. On top of that, the severe thunderstorm watch that is in place, we've not really talked about this, but there is obviously a severe watch in effect, which does include southern Minnesota and eastern South Dakota, where a couple of tornadoes are possible. On top of that, scattered 2-inch sized hail is also possible, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is likely across this region over the next few hours. So make sure that you're staying weather aware. Have a lot of ways to receive alerts. One of those ways can be watching this stream. That's one of the easiest ways to stay weather aware, but obviously have a phone app and make sure you get alerts through that. And you can also have a weather radio if you have one of those. Make sure that's ready to go. Have backup batteries, flashlights, all that good stuff ready to go, especially if any power outages happen tonight. This is also our other severe thunderstorm watch, which is for northeastern Minnesota and northwest Wisconsin. That is for isolated ping pong ball sized hail, scattered damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour, and frequent lightning will be a possibility. So all told, there's over 5 million people, at least, in the watches right now that are in effect. And obviously, more than 5 million people are in the risk of severe weather today, but at least in the watches, that is currently the number of people that we have in the watches themselves. Also, this is a video of the tornado from a little bit ago. This is from Ben Williams, another really crazy video shot of this. Unfortunately, Ben Williams, he does usually stream his chases, but his camera mount broke. But that is a video of the tornado ripping through a field. Just unbelievable motion. I mean, again, this is one of the most violent tornadoes we've probably covered when it comes to just pure intensity of the tornado. Absolutely crazy. And Ben was right next to the tornado. This is what the storm looks like now. This is from Tornado Pagey, who's also in the Radar Omega app. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below. All the chasers that we've had on screen so far are live inside of the Radar Omega app. This is Connor's POV as well. Got a decent base. A decent base on the left there. Also, the tornado warning in Minnesota will expire in 15 seconds.
There's more trees, bro. What are you talking about? Why are these freaking trees right here, dude?
That's a view of the storm here near Watertown. Still got a little bit of a lowering there.
I mean, you can see the main part of the lowering, but still trees.
This is a video from a resident in the Watertown area, or at least somebody that was in downtown Watertown at the time. A video of the tornado. Imagine walking outside and seeing this from your hometown, or any town. Just imagine walking outside and seeing that. That is exactly what they probably thought when they saw that tornado. It's like, wow. Like, I mean, this is pretty insane. This is another video, too. It's a different video. It's the same tornado, but... So, I mean, imagine literally walking out your door and just seeing that.
Alright, it's moving. Then it was the same thing where I'm sitting there like, dude, debris field, bro.
Yeah, I know,
bro.
you're sitting there pointing at it, and I'm seeing...
Go inside the outside for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Also, that you hail for the super chat.
Dude, that thing was terrifying.
For Sartale, Minnesota.
Went over the water?
Sartale should be mainly a wind risk. Tornado risk is pretty low up there.
He's like, dude.
He didn't even look at us. He probably thought we were serious.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Still a broad area of rotation on the south side of Watertown right now. This is again Connor Croft with his broken windshield and all. Still hanging in there though.
Yeah.
It's near Watertown, where we just had a big tornado west of it a few minutes ago in South Dakota. This storm is again trying to cycle and maybe try to drop a new tornado here soon as it moves down to the southeast.
And then I yelled at Alex, I was like, pull up next to me. And he's like, what's up? I was like, I just want to be able to back up. And he was like, all right.
That was Alex?
Yeah, Alex.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
He was the one standing
All right,
outside.
we have a brand new tornado warning in Minnesota. That is just west of Minneapolis. So I'm not really surprised by this, but we do have a new tornado warning. So if you are in this tornado warning just to the west of Minneapolis, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is heading towards Rockford, also heading in the direction of St. Michael. Buffalo is also included in this. This is going to be for a QLCS tornado threat. You can see the RFD or even just the winds themselves.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They are surging right now towards Buffalo and just south of Annandale. But on top of that, we also have an inflow that's going to be trying to come in around this outflow boundary. And there will be a chance for a tornado to spin up in this storm as it continues to track towards Rockford, St. Michael, and then eventually going towards the Twin Cities. Also, we have a new tornado warning for those in Watertown, South Dakota. So they have gone ahead and issued a tornado warning now for the Watertown area near I-29 just west of Goodwin. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm is beginning to rotate again just west of I-29. You can see that area of rotation is right over downtown Watertown, and it will be moving to the southeast. The latest scans even showing stronger rotation. So this storm's definitely trying to ramp up and produce a tornado right now. This is a live shot right now.
Yes.
Of that lowering.
Kransberg.
Which may be, again, ramping up and trying to produce a tornado here in the next few minutes near 212 in Watertown.
Includes I-29.
Hey, diaper dude for the super chat.
Look at that scud pulling into it.
That is the area of interest.
Okay.
It's starting to organize a little bit back there. We got a little bit of scud kind of spinning around that.
You want me to drive?
Oh, okay.
Starting to organize into a wall cloud. Velocities are getting a lot stronger, though, over the last couple scans here.
Strong inflow.
Inflow is definitely ramping up.
Very strong. Oh yeah, look at that rotating in there. I think there's a CG in there. Wow.
Also, Connor's view. I mean, it is organizing. This is organizing quickly.
Hold it in case it drops here quick.
That is a organizing wall cloud. I mean, it's rapidly organizing. Look at all the inflow. Look at all the motion in there. Hey, BJ Brian for the $50 super chat. Stay safe, Minneapolis. Thank you, Max and Riley, for keeping us safe. Your friends at our tornado and our EF5. Appreciate that, Brian. Thank you for the very generous super chat. Oops.
Bleak Hill. We are just south of Watertown, right off of 80.
This is rapidly organizing.
Watertown,
and again,
South
if we get a
Dakota.
tornado, it will almost undoubtedly be strong in this environment. So if you are in Kransberg, Goodwin, South Dakota, Watertown, you need to be taking this seriously. It's not a storm that you want to be messing around with by any means. Latest scan still showing a strong area of rotation on the south side of Watertown. This is just west of I-29.
He's trying. That's for sure.
It is ominous. This is Connor. He's driving up. Connor's driving up towards it right now. Hey, Cole for the super chat. I'm drinking a Diet Coke. It's in a fancy Coca-Cola glass.
Connor, what's that lowering to the left?
I think that's the area.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Partially wrapped in rain.
That's the area of interest right there on the left, I believe. Kind of in the left middle, maybe. Thank you, Mike from Florida, for the $50 super chat. Still looking for you to come work in Jacksonville. Appreciate the super chat.
Yeah, big wrap and rain curtains.
Jacksonville might hit 109 degrees tomorrow, which is insane. Tampa, by the way, guys, if you guys did not hear, this is not related to tornadoes, but today, for the first time in history, Tampa Bay hit 100 degrees. The first time in recorded history. Hit 100 degrees in Tampa.
Covered in
which is
glass.
absurd. So humid down here, it never actually hits 100 usually.
Okay, the actual area I think is almost about to cross the road, Brandon. You see how it's spinning there in the middle?
Yep.
This tornado Pages view as well. Got some like rain currents kind of spinning back there.
Yeah, this storm does have a history of producing a tornado.
Look, everything's spinning right there in the middle. Looks interesting.
We are probably really close to the hail.
Is that a tornado dropping? Connor has a weird looking cloud too.
No, it's just scud.
Kind of looked like everything was kind of spinning back there.
It is strengthening.
Get an HP.
Got Scud now rising in the middle of your
Also
screen.
watching kind of in real time.
So a new wall cloud may be trying to form. Both tornado warnings, by the way, are radar indicated, including the one in Minnesota. The one in Minnesota, as of right now, does not seem to have much rotation, but I do think it'll have a better chance of producing a tornado once it actually gets closer to the Twin Cities.
So tornado or not, it's pretty windy.
Yeah. Look at that.
Everything's starting to get a little bit more wrapped in rain now.
Right there. Swirling around.
Is Riley here? He is. How many screens do I have? I have 8. 8 set up. We actually have 12. There are currently 3 monitors on the ground behind me that you guys cannot see. They're not currently being utilized. Or actually, I think there's 4 now.
Yeah.
Storm our media's view.
There's your area, guys. It's right there.
And all near Watertown, South Dakota right now. We got a large but broad area of circulation. The storm has already had a history of producing a large and likely violent tornado.
If you are southeast of Watertown, this is
We're going to
very
continue to keep
close.
an eye on them. This is what it looks like on radar right now. So again, large, broad area of circulation. The reds are indicating winds going away from the radar, and then greens are going towards the radar. The latest scan actually shows more convergence near I-29. So I do think that this thing is definitely ramping up. It's definitely trying to organize. It's fairly rain-wrapped. I mean, again, a lot more rain with this storm than before. And on top of that, we also have a lot of hail. So a couple different things are now happening with this storm that's making it slightly harder for it to produce a tornado. But nonetheless, we could get a large tornado with this as it moves in the direction of, or crosses over I-29, then goes towards Clear Lake in South Dakota. Back over in Minnesota, west of the Twin Cities, we still have an active tornado warning, which does include Buffalo and Rockford. Notice, though, we have 2 outflow boundaries. All right, we got one here, and then we got another one right here. And as long as this area of storm activity stays to the north of those outflow boundaries, it's going to be fighting cold and even stable air, which will limit the tornado risk. So I don't really think there's going to be much of a tornado risk with this storm in the short term, but I do think if it gets closer to this outflow boundary and this kind of like little point here, back over near Minneapolis, I do think there will be a better chance of a tornado. So definitely a longer term concern for the Twin Cities, but I think generally speaking, at least in the short term, this storm has a very low chance of producing a tornado. But once it gets closer to Brooklyn Park and Stillwater and Minneapolis, I do think the tornado risk will be more elevated, so definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware in those areas. Further back to the west near Paynesville and also Morris, we still have severe weather ongoing here as well. Multiple storms right now producing quarter to $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well, so definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows. Hail risk is not super significant with those storms compared to the other ones that we have, but nonetheless, hail is hail, so it is still falling. Tornado warning here for Watertown goes for 34 more minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning will end in 4 minutes, so I would fully expect that we will have a new severe thunderstorm warning here momentarily, which will likely encompass Clear Lake in South Dakota. So that should be coming up here in just a moment. We just got another radar scan. Let's go ahead and go back to the velocities. That should update in a moment. Once again, strong rotation is starting to develop now southeast of Watertown. All 3 storm chasers on the bottom of your screen are currently on this tornado warned storm. And we have several others as well that are in the general vicinity of this storm that are keeping a close eye on it. Again, no confirmation of a tornado at this exact moment, but it may be dropping a tornado here shortly as it continues to track down to the southeast. All right, no new radar scan. I'm going to go to the radar scan in a second. This is Connor's view of the storm. Yeah, we've had an organizing wall cloud. The latest radar scan showing stronger rotation now over I-29. This is a little bit more rain-wrapped. Thank you, Bear Mom, for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that.
What the hell is this? Why is my windshield doing this?
Thanks, Scott, for the $20 super chat. I did get them, yes, Scott. Yeah, I got them yesterday. Thank you. They're really cool. We'll go back to Connor in a second. He's currently positioning. But all 3 storm chasers right now, you can watch them inside of the Radar Omega app. Their locations are also on screen here. So they're kind of all just south of that area of strongest rotation, which is now crossing over I-29. I do think to an extent this hail is probably playing with our velocities a little bit, but nonetheless, rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things, moving down to the east-southeast. And so we're going to continue to watch it in case something does go crazy. We have also some storms that are beginning to go up back over in both Nebraska and South Dakota. These are near boundaries. Wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado risk, especially south of Valentine in Nebraska. Might even see something try to pop off in southern South Dakota. They did mention a severe watch is possible in that area. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning west of Burlington in Iowa. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is currently tracking to the east. Not expecting much of a tornado risk on that storm. We also got a few storms that are going up near Chicago. None of these are going to be severe, but some gusty winds are possible with those outflow dominant storms. And then back along the East Coast, we got a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings back over North Carolina and Virginia. All of these are producing downburst damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. The most intense storms could produce quarter-sized hail, but aside from that, tornado risk is extremely low to zero, and the hail risk as well is pretty low. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Petersburg in Florida. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds just west of Tampa, which, don't forget, Tampa did hit 100 degrees for the first time in history today. This never happened until today, at least in recorded history.
Looking sus up there to my north. I gotta get south.
We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning west of Minneapolis. I'm going to go back to Connor in a second. That is west of Minneapolis for Plymouth, Minnetonka, as well as Rockford and Montrose. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're back over near the Twin Cities. Connor has a pretty sus view of this storm back over west of Clear Lake, South Dakota. Very sus-looking clouds right now.
Getting a little sus up there in our north. It's kind of an interesting looking.
He said sus too.
that thing maybe about down a big one.
Tractor up here taking up half the road.
Copy. I just want to get. I mean, we could probably go south, but I want to get out ahead of this.
That's my thing. I want to get out ahead of it. I don't want to be dancing with it.
Again, Connor's currently on the storm near Watertown. If you look bottom right of your screen, the rotation's been pretty strong here. Just to the southeast of Watertown. They just updated the tornado warning for Wright and Hennepin counties. Name Marletta for the super chat. The shelf cloud, so a shelf cloud is different from a wall cloud. A shelf cloud is essentially a cloud that is, it's essentially like a marker of an outflow boundary, and that's what we've basically seen a lot of recently. And so if you're even just to the southwest of like this storm, for example, this little line that I'm drawing here, that is a shelf cloud or an outflow boundary. That usually indicates the meeting of warm and cold air. So colder air is going to be to the north of this and more stable air. Warmer and also less stable air, also called unstable air, is going to be to the south of that outflow boundary, and that's at least the progression of where this outflow boundary is going. So that's generally what a shelf cloud is. A wall cloud is different. It's actually attached to a mesocyclone, and it actually is rotating and has the capability of producing a tornado underneath that. And that is what we saw, you know, about 20-30 minutes ago on this tornadic supercell. So, and we may have another one. Again, we don't really have a clear view of a wall cloud right now, but there's obviously still rotation near southeast of Watertown, South Dakota. And I do think a tornado still is in play just outside of Cransburg, heading towards Goodwin and Clear Lake. But as of now, do not have anything on the ground. It is still rotating, though, and it may try to drop a tornado at any point as it continues to track down to the southeast. Also, a little update on our tornado warning. I do not think they're going to continue this tornado warning beyond this, at least for now. The outflow boundaries are super far down to the south, so the tornado risk on this storm northwest of Minneapolis is on the low side of things for now, but it should increase as it moves further down to the southeast. If it can latch to any outflow boundary, there would be a slightly higher tornado potential, but not seeing that right now. Back over to Connor. Let me actually go to Tornado Pagey. Connor's a little bit closer to the couplet, but he's behind some trees. That left, if you looked off to the left here, they're looking eastbound right now. Off to the north, which would be to the left, is the area of interest. Hey, Darren, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Started losing signal on them. That is the view. That's the area of interest again, back there. We still don't have anything confirmed as of right now. Rotation has been trying to intensify over I-29. It will be coming up towards Bemis and Goodwin in eastern South Dakota here shortly. By the way, the tornado warning in Minnesota includes 53,000 people. Signal is also behind the trees. We'll have a new velocity scan as literally right now. That was good timing. Latest scan still showing our strongest area of rotation now east of I-29, coming up towards the south side of Cransburg in Goodwin in South Dakota. Skies are still very ominous. The rotation, if you look at reflectivity, it's very rain wrapped. So if there is a tornado, it's probably going to be a pretty rain wrapped tornado going in the direction of Goodwin, Altamont, and Clear Lake in South Dakota. So all those areas, make sure that you're ready to go to your safe place. We also got a new storm, a couple different new storms that are going up further to the west, just to the north of Huron, that are right along a boundary, and there is even a potential that these could try to produce a tornado risk as they track further to the east. This is our significant tornado parameter values if we zoom out a little bit here over the next few hours. The highest tornado threat will be near the Clear Lake area, also just west of Minneapolis. And so that will really be the main corridor to keep an eye on. But those storms that are going up right now will be converging towards a more favorable wind shear environment where a tornado risk would exist. So definitely another area to keep an eye on. But generally speaking, our highest tornado threat will be in southwest Minnesota and eastern South Dakota over the next few hours. There is a chance for an isolated tornado or two as well near the Twin Cities, just depending on the evolution of that cluster of thunderstorms that is coming in right now. But once again, shelf cloud is currently, or sorry, not shelf cloud, the outflow boundaries, though, are currently moving into the Minneapolis area. This storm that is just off to the north of Rockford has actually begun to develop a little bit more of a couplet on the last couple of scans here. No tornado as of right now, but you can see there's a little bit more wind now going towards the radar. Got a little bit of an inflow as well, as the outflow boundary is right about here. So if this little hook that is formed can latch to the outflow boundary, would not be shocked if we got a tornado on that near Rockford in the next few minutes. So if you are in the Rockford area, definitely be ready, or be in your safe place right now. But if you're back outside of the warning near like Birchville, for example, or Cochran or Maple Grove, I'd be ready to go to your safe place here very soon, because we may get a tornado warning for that area if this thing is to wrap up. Back over to Connor. We'll have another radar scan on the storm northwest of the Twin Cities in just a moment. A little bit more of a hook developing on this now.
Out of the circulation here. Huge meso to my north.
See, it's so weird because the rotation's like up here in the middle in the rain, but the boundary is being pulled on the notch to the west.
I'm kind of intrigued about getting south a little bit further west. Maybe it's going to try and form a new hook back there in the clear air.
So again, that's the area of interest for this tornadic storm in South Dakota. Hey, Brian, for the $10 super chat from Anoka, Minnesota. Checking in, always appreciate what you do. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. Pretty big shelf cloud right there. But again, there might be a wall cloud kind of buried back in there in the middle left.
It's gonna be buried in the rain.
Thank you, G, for becoming a member, and Elizabeth for the 14 months. And Matthew for the super chat. Surprised you don't live in the Midwest and in Tornado Alley. You would love it up there. Yeah, I mean, it would also be a kind of a situation where if there was a big tornado coming, I would not be able to be live. Like, we'd be chopped. I will be going to the Midwest, though, for the first time ever in a few days. I'm going on vacation after severe weather stretch is done for a little bit. Thank you, Bob, for the 25 months, and also Darren for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Latest radar scan on our tornado warning just to the northwest of Minneapolis. Not seeing nearly as much rotation on this storm. We still have a hook. Still on that outflow boundary, but again, there was a little attempt there of tornado genesis that has actually struggled more here over the last few minutes near St. Michael, just south of I-94. This is, again, tracking right now in the direction of Minneapolis. So if you're back over in the Twin Cities, Brooklyn Park, Coon Rapids, be ready for at least 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, perhaps even an isolated tornado as that continues to push down to the southeast. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Montevideo, just to the south of Appleton. That is for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. That is not really too much of a concern when it comes to a tornado risk, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Tornado warning still continues back over near Kransberg and Goodwin. Rotation is on the broader side of things on this latest scan, but tornado risk is still existent, especially since it's in a favorable environment that's going to be going towards Clear Lake here over the next several minutes. This is a view of that storm right now from Connor. Still has a big shelf. This is near I-29.
My goodness, you ain't kidding about the people under the overpasses. What the hell? All they're doing is putting themselves in harm's way.
They would just keep, especially the ones that are parked under there facing south, if they would just keep driving south, they drive out of the tornado.
Hey, Purple for 21 months, and also Steffi for the super chat.
I'm getting a little south out ahead of it.
I'm in Watertown now. It's really bad. Well, one of the biggest concerns right now, if you're in Watertown, is not just the tornado risk, because honestly, the tornado risk is past you, but the hail and also all the lightning and heavy rain is going to lead to some problems, including even a possibility for flooding. So A lot of problems developing in Watertown. A lot of rain has already fallen over the last hour, and it does not look like it's moving much, unfortunately. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I have my eye on that storm south of Appleton with the severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a tornado possible. I do think they're actually probably going to upgrade that warning to a tornado possible or issue a tornado warning for that storm shortly. It is starting to exhibit rotation in its upper levels. Unfortunately, we're not able to see the lower levels on radar just because it's about as far from any radar site as you could possibly imagine. But this is an area where earlier today we did have a tornado warning get issued on a storm that looked almost exactly like this, just because we always have to assume the worst with storms like this as they're heading into a radar hole. So may see a tornado warning for that. If not, most likely an upgrade to tornado possible.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So there is a broad area of rotation there just south of Marietta going towards Madison and Dawson. So definitely something we're keeping an eye on. Keep in mind that this isn't a radar hole, so we are going to have a lot more difficulty seeing what is happening on radar with this storm, but it is at least looking a little bit more organized. And we got another radar scan coming in now, but you can kind of see that little hook shape and the inflow and at least some broad rotation back over near 212. That'll be eventually going towards Montevideo, which, by the way, this morning, or not this morning, but early afternoon today, we actually had a PDS tornado warning for Montevideo and Watson. It was radar indicated. It was kind of weird. It was a radar indicated PDS tornado warning, but there was one in place for this area earlier today. So it's not an area that has not actually already experienced severe weather today, and more is coming. And also, no new updates on our tornado warning for Rockford. Still a broad area of rotation. Tornado warning will probably be canceled here in a moment. So not seeing anything too crazy there. It's back over to Connor, who's on the storm here near Clear Lake, South Dakota. That is still tornado warned. Got a big shelf cloud there on the left. A little bit of lightning picking up too. And I don't know if the camera's going to move closer to the actual storm. Wait in a second. I'll go back to him in a moment. Actually, let's go to Tornado Pagey. Tornado Pagey's located in Castlewood, South Dakota. Nope, they're at a gas station. Never mind. Go back to them in a moment. All right. Going back over to, let me go back to Minneapolis first. The tornado warning for the Rockford and St. Michael's areas will expire in 2 minutes. So I do not think we'll see a new tornado warning, but we'll probably continue at least see a severe thunderstorm warning going towards the Twin Cities. But otherwise, that'll expire in a moment. This is back over to Connor. Big shelf cloud rolling in here. To the west side of Clear Lake, South Dakota. This storm is still warned for 2-inch size hail. It is also up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So the wind threat is increasing. Hey, Madison for the $10 super chat. I recently downloaded Radar Omega. What makes this rotation SD stand out compared to the other areas, red and green together, and velocities on the same storm? Well, the rotation on this storm, I mean, it's literally like this storm is this storm's already had a history of producing a tornado, obviously, but on top of that, honestly, rotation has not been as impressive over the last few minutes. It's still broadly rotating, but it's not as impressive as before. But comparatively to the other storms, this is actually where a tornado would be located. So if we go over to live radar, this would be where the tornado, like, this is a pretty general spot of where a tornado would be located for a storm like this. The other storms, like further back off to the east, not really any of them are even rotating. A lot of them just have a big RFD surge and not really an inflow. So that's one of the reasons why a lot of the other storms are struggling right now. And really, the other problem is, too, they're really mostly outflow dominant. So as long as there's an outflow boundary out in front of the storm, they're going to be basically in colder and more stable air. So generally speaking, this storm is in a more favorable environment generally, even just in terms of observations that we've had over the last few hours. And then on top of that, like even just right now with what we're seeing on radar, it's still in a pretty favorable spot. Obviously, anything in this environment, I kind of showed this a few minutes ago, but anything in this area today is going to be very favorable for tornadoes. And so that storm up there to the north, right along the boundary, still has a pretty good chance of trying to produce something. Hey, T5 for becoming a member. All right, the tornado warning northwest of Minneapolis has officially expired. We do not have any rotation right now, but we still have multiple outflow boundaries, and we could get a situation here where this storm interacts with an outflow boundary and it tries to spin up a tornado as it moves towards the west side of Minneapolis. We did have a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust, according to an AWS station back over in Buffalo, Minnesota, just a few minutes ago. So there is at least 60-mile-per-hour winds being produced by this storm that is tracking to the southeast right now. Back over to Connor.
The closest town was to that
Hey, Squatch for the super chat. Still super hot and humid in South Minneapolis, where I live right next to Minneapolis Airport. It's going to be hot and humid at least through tomorrow.
Yeah, let me look.
Obviously, we still have a lot of severe weather to go today, but I do want to also point out that tomorrow we are going to be right back to the same exact area. I'm pretty certain that we're going to have another live stream tomorrow, and it's literally going to be in the Midwest again. We're talking about the Twin Cities. We're talking about South Dakota. We're talking about even Wisconsin, Iowa. I mean, across the board, we're literally going to be in the same exact area today and tomorrow. Also, Riley's call was right. We now have a tornado possible label for the storm just south of Appleton, near Montevideo, Dawson, Watson, Milan, and Madison. So again, we got a little hook out here, a little bit of broad rotation heading towards Dawson over the next few minutes. So if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows as the storm continues to track to the east. Not an imminent tornado concern, but it may try to produce a tornado at some point as it continues to track eastbound. We also got a big flooding threat that has been ramping up back over in Morris, Hancock, and Alberta, back over here in far western Minnesota. We've had training storms here for the last half an hour to an hour that are continuing to dump tons and tons of rain. If we look at the total storm precip, radar is estimating between 6 to 7 inches of rain falling here, back over near Alberta, Morris, and Hancock. So a lot of rain has fallen, and unfortunately, it is not winding down anytime soon. And also, the storm that is over Watertown has at least dropped 2 to 4 inches of rain for Roseville and Waverly, and it will likely continue to dump even more rain. So flooding is becoming more of a concern here across western Minnesota and eastern South Dakota. The hydrological outlook from the Weather Prediction Center today does have a large slight risk of excessive rainfall in place, which does include the Twin Cities, also includes St. Cloud just south of Fergus Falls. Also, this is a photo that was sent in to us on Twitter from Bruce of the storm back over in Monticello, Minnesota, which was looking towards the Buffalo tornado warning. And again, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. That is the best way to send us any photos or videos, is by sending them in via Twitter. That was sent in just a few minutes ago. This is also from Jill, back over in... let's see, this was just east of the Minnesota unwarned or warned storm. Don't know which one we're referring to, but they were actually able to see the cloud tops from that far away, which isn't super uncommon, by the way. These cloud tops are huge, and you can definitely see 50,000+ foot cloud tops from a very far distance. If we look at this storm, let me take off the hydrological outlooks real quick, but if we look at this storm and look at echo tops, this storm currently is towering to about 62,000 feet. So this is one of the taller thunderstorms that we've had in quite some time. Also, this is Tornado Pagey there in Castlewood. The winds are beginning to pick up here. This is a storm that is currently producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible label.
It's almost like a Cinnabon.
Yeah, you got a little bit of rotation right there. Look at that right there. Look at that rotating. That thing's spinning. This is on the tornado warning storm near Castlewood. Look at that rotate.
It's barely even moved.
You good?
Oh yeah.
I'm looking at that Cinnabon right there.
Yeah, no, it's barely even
Little
moved.
localized area of elevated vorticity here. And spin. Just spinning right above them.
Just sitting.
Menacingly.
Watertown's gonna flood. There's a lot of wind being pushed.
That thing's spin.
You can go east on 22.
Yeah, that's good. Look at, you should have seen the dust plumes.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
Oh, they were swirling around and everything. Yeah, there's a lot of
It's all spinning right
Unless
there.
it'd be vorticity,
Don't think it's gonna drop a
look at
tornado,
that.
but it's spinning. So it's so random. Look at that thing spin.
That's crazy. Alright, I'm gonna put this back up.
So
You
interesting.
smell like concession stand.
Oh yeah, they have all kinds of concession stand food in there. Like funnel cakes.
You know what I mean?
So that's interesting. Again, just off to the north there of Castlewood is that kind of general area, a little bit of vorticity. I'm really not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now with this storm anymore, and they have actually gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning, which makes sense. So there's no longer a tornado warning on this storm. Nonetheless, we still have obviously a lot of spin in this environment where we could end up getting land spouts, gustnadoes, even tornadoes. So it still is a favorable corridor for tornadoes here over the next few hours. Thank you, Ricks, for the gifted membership.
Also, it looks like we are 6 away from 600 likes. So
this is a view from Connor as well. Let me go over to Connor here. So you can see this storm's definitely gotten a lot more outflow dominant, but you can see how the clouds are very elevated at this point. The storm has a lot less chance of producing a tornado in the short term, but if it can latch to the outflow boundary again, it'll have a chance. This is Storm Runner Media. They are now approaching the far western side of the storm.
They're out.
See the rain shaft right there on the right. There is a little hook off to the west of Watertown. It just hasn't really had a lot of rotation recently. Don't forget, by the way, if you are just tuning in for the first time, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We do live streams like this all the time. We literally cover this area a lot, especially this time of the year as well. Make sure to click the bell icon so you're notified of the latest updates. Like the stream as well. There's over 25,000 of you watching and only 5,600 likes. The more likes, the
I'm at the intersection.
more people that'll be able to see the stream. This is just outside of Minneapolis right now, just northwest of Minneapolis. The wind has begun to pick up here over the last few minutes. Saw a live shot on one of the traffic cameras just northwest of the Twin Cities. See the camera starting to shake. So this is just off to the northwest of Minneapolis, where we do have a 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado possible label. You can see the camera just shaking a little bit right now. There's an underpass. You never know. Or an overpass. You never know. Somebody might park under it. Wind's at least picking up a little bit here. This camera, by the way, was not on before, but it was not shaking beforehand. This is the first time I've actually seen it visibly shaking, so there's at least some gusty winds here. I don't think it's anything too significant yet, but I'll have to wait and see. Could get a little bit crazier here in a few minutes. Thank you, Wayne, for the $10 super chat. Like and subscribe. Thanks, Max and Riley. Appreciate that. Got a new flash flood warning. This is a pretty big one. That's going to be for Hancock and north of Benson. So we are currently experiencing a lot of training storms, especially in western Minnesota, and the flash flooding threat is rapidly increasing. Again, turn around, don't drive on the roadways. Flooding has been very dangerous recently, and it has not shown really any signs of slowing down when it comes to how dangerous it's been. We've had crazy flooding over the last 30 days, had some crazy flooding in Chicago just a couple days ago as well. And unfortunately, we are going to be most likely seeing more, at least moderate to potentially major flooding here across parts of Minnesota this evening. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Nebraska that is southwest of Wood Lake, south of Valentine. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and then quarter-sized hail. That is currently tracking to the southeast. Thank you, Alan, for becoming a member. By the way, if you're back over in Minneapolis, you need to be staying weather aware. Again, we got severe weather that's going to be rolling in here over the next 30 minutes. Biggest concern being damaging winds. There is a chance, though, for an isolated tornado risk. But as of now, nothing really rotating in the area or in the general vicinity. But if anything changes, we'll obviously let you know. It's going to be somewhat quieter for the time being.
Okay, well, I guess happy first.
Back over to Storm Runner Media on the 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible label on it. South of Watertown. We've gotten some reports of tree limbs down in Watertown, South Dakota from this severe storm.
Right. No,
Big rain shaft off to the right.
I was just trying to keep
Hey,
up with
Valerie,
you
for the
guys,
super
and
chat.
I
Appreciate
lost
that.
y'all, and I'm like,
Yeah, I've been off the radio for a minute. Did you guys get another tour up there?
all right, Chad, I'm gonna stop right
Got
here.
a live shot back over
Brandon, I'm
in...
on the way over here.
Wow, look at this. This is over in the Twin Cities right now. Or just northwest of the Twin Cities. This is on Arrowhead Drive. So this is the storm that's going to be coming up into Minneapolis here shortly. The winds are definitely intensifying. That is live on Arrowhead Drive. That is on MN55. That's going to be located near Plymouth and Medina. The winds are intensifying right now. It's just outside of New Hope. Winds are still gusting. Not nearly as intense as a moment ago, but definitely still strong. So again, this storm's going to be rolling into the west side of the suburbs here of Minneapolis, and then eventually going right into the Twin Cities in just a few minutes. Definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. This is the latest mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center across southern Minnesota and also eastern South Dakota, which is the bullseye for severe weather today. We are expecting the severe weather threat to develop eastward and southward across southern Minnesota over the next few hours. Damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Hail to the size of tennis balls, and then a few tornadoes are also a possibility. This is all going to be happening again over the next few hours. Definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. The winds are picking up again. Back over here in Medina. This is in Medina, Minnesota right now. Winds are picking up once again. So it's going to be heading into Plymouth here in a few minutes. The winds are actually very strong. They're strong again. This is definitely 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we also got some hail starting to fall. This is another live shot in this same warning. You can actually see the hail falling a little bit. You got some like very tiny hailstones that are falling over the north side of Medina right now. Medina? Okay, Medina, Minnesota. But the winds are obviously very strong as well. This is another live shot a little bit further down to the road here. This is on Fernbrook Lane. Also on 55, so this is going to be closer to Plymouth. The winds are starting to pick up a little bit more here now, and they will be intensifying over the next couple minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm actually in Nebraska, south of Valentine, due north of our radar site, and it looks like we may have a tornado trying to spin up where we have a less than 2% tornado risk. So we obviously have convection here, and there's this large boundary that we have, and there may be an area of low reflectivity where we actually see a hook coming out of the storm and trying to latch onto the boundary. Over the last few scans here, it has shown rotation. You can see it right there on the boundary. Although there is no proper tornado threat from the SPC, this could certainly be producing a tornado. It's going to be hard to see on radar, even if it does deal damage, just due to how low the reflectivity is in the area. But if you are anywhere in this severe warning, assume that there may be a tornado on the ground in that warning.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So in Nebraska, just south of 16B, southeast of Simeon, going towards 83, there may be a tornado in progress that is near Dodds Lake. So if you are in this severe warning, definitely take it seriously. Be staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. We could have a tornado here tracking to the southeast here over the next few minutes. This is one of those storms. It's kind of just interacting with an outflow boundary. We've had a lot of this off to the north, back over in South Dakota, for example. And obviously, this is attempting to happen now over in Nebraska. This has been pretty consistent, too. few over the last few scans. We've had a couplet for multiple scans in a row. So near Pelican Lake and Dodds Lake, there could be a tornado in progress. Back over in Millboro, just to the south of Winter here in South Dakota, we got 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings. Those will be for quarter-sized hail. Those are moving to the northeast right now. Back over to the northwest of Clear Lake, we just got a big cluster of storms right now ongoing that's producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. They have left the tornado possible label on this. This would be really the area of interest for a tornado risk, but at least for right now, the storm is fairly elevated. We haven't really seen much in the way in terms of a tornado risk in a little bit now. Also, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll be checking through those here, seeing if there's anything crazy. I've definitely heard about flooding as well further off to the northwest, so. All right, we got some crazy winds apparently. Let me go to this camera. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. This is on Pinto Drive. Yeah, just northwest of Minneapolis. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning on this anymore, because there definitely should be. Those winds are high. They literally just allowed the severe thunderstorm warning to expire. But these winds are definitely stronger than 50, 55 miles per hour. This is live again on the northwest side of Minneapolis near Plymouth. This is also in Medina. Somehow there is no severe warning on this at all. And these are really intense winds. See the power lines moving a little bit there too. Also, another notable feature is that the storm is starting to reach out to the outflow boundary. You got a little hook trying to reach out. There could be a non-zero tornado risk here near Minneapolis. Winds are still strong. Not nearly as strong as before, but they are definitely intense. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So they did elect to issue a special weather statement for Minneapolis with winds up to 45 miles per hour. As we see on the camera, it's definitely a lot higher than that. We're going to see an ASOS report here pretty quick out of the Rockford area, and we're probably going to see an upgrade to the severe thunderstorm warning. But if you are in the Minneapolis area, just like how Max said, assume that that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and you do have winds of 60, maybe up to 65 miles per hour coming through Minneapolis, St. Paul.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. We got another live shot as well of this evolving situation. This is another traffic camera that's located on 55 westbound. You can see how rapid the winds are coming in from right to left here. Again, likely 50, 60 mile per hour winds, possibly higher than that. They are definitely very intense. And again, a little bit surprised that we do not actively have a severe thunderstorm warning here that does encompass at least the Minneapolis area and on the northwest side, because the winds are definitely intense. They're not showing any signs of slowing down here. So if you got any friends or family in Minneapolis, give them a heads up. I mean, again, we do not have a severe warning here. This definitely at least meets the threshold for, 55, 60 mile per hour winds. So I would assume we're going to get a severe warning for this, but nonetheless, it's definitely windy here. And if you have any sort of loose line items that are outside, any sort of furniture that could go flying.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So there is a brand new tornado warning. That is going to be a confirmed tornado in Nebraska. So back over here south of Valentine, that we were talking about this just a moment ago. Riley brought it up, but this is a confirmed tornado in Cherry County, Nebraska. So if you are in this tornado warning, which will pop up in a moment, you're going to want to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. That was really loud. I don't know why it was that loud for the record. My apologies. But there's that new tornado warning. So again, that's for Cherry County. This is confirmed by weather spotters in the area. So damaging tornado right now moving to the east. It is a low precip tornado, so probably very photogenic. It'll be coming up towards Route 83. Really not many people that live here. I'm going to try to get the population number, but it's definitely low. We're talking about 6 people. 6 people are in this tornado warning. So if you're for some reason one of the 6 people watching our stream right now, make sure to be seeking shelter and getting away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, because there is a tornado in progress moving to the east. I have no clue why it was that loud, by the way. That was really weird. It's never that loud. Thank you, Michael, for the $10 super chat. Love your coverage. Thank you. Appreciate that, Michael. Again, tornado in progress. It'll be heading towards Route 83. Let's go back over to Clear Lake, South Dakota. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on this storm. Still got a big hook on this storm. This is Storm Intermedia's view of this right now.
No.
Back over near Castlewood and Watertown.
I mean, it's clear air over here. Well, the clear slot's on the backside, but you get what I'm saying.
Do I have you guys playing about?
This is a live shot back over just northwest of Minneapolis of the very high winds that are coming in right now to the northwest side of the Twin Cities near New Hope. This is in particular, I believe, in Plymouth now. So we're getting a little bit further east. It's the long Route 55. See the wind once again picking up here. Hey, Chris with the sewer chat. Stevens Point, Wisconsin sees severe weather. Maybe some isolated damaging winds tonight. I think otherwise the risk is pretty low of severe weather. This is also on Rockford Road. So this gives you an idea of, again, what's upcoming here for those in Minneapolis. I just saw something crazy on one of these cameras. I don't know if somebody can go back and get a recording of it. Sioux Trail. Just saw it happen. Somebody go back and get a recording of it. I'm going to give you the camera. Look at the flooding, by the way, on this camera here. Got like flooding beginning now in Fernbrook Lane. All right, winds are starting to calm down a little bit more now. They're on the northwest side of Minneapolis. But again, this storm is moving now right into the Twin Cities. We are at least expecting gusty winds. We do have the potential again for damaging winds, though, as this continues to track down to the southeast. So stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible if you're in this area. Could see some flying debris as this moves into the Twin Cities over the next few minutes. But big outflow boundary is currently leading all of these storms, so the tornado risk in general should be on the low side of things. But it definitely is not zero. This is on Pinto Drive.
A lot of vorticity.
Go over to Pinto Drive here. This is a live shot at Pinto Drive of the winds picking up as well on 55. This is actually on I-494. Let me try to pull this camera up. This is on I-494. Actually got some view of some of the trees as well. Winds are again picking up. This is on Fish Lake Road.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, while we talk about that, we have a brand new tornado warning in South Dakota. So all of our chasers, for the most part, are on this. This is back over to the west of Clear Lake, near just south of Watertown. If you are in this tornado warning, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There is a pretty decent area of strong rotation, but it's in a very low precip area. It could just be some level of contamination. But if you are in the warning, definitely make sure that you're getting to your safe place in case this does produce a tornado. Currently tracking to the southeast as of right now. This is a live shot of that storm near Castlewood. So again, not really seeing much right now, but it may try to ramp up here over the next few minutes. This is the same storm that produced a large tornado earlier. Skies are definitely ominous. This is Storm Intermedia. Who's also looking at this. Very ominous. Hey, procrastinating for the $10 super chat. Watching from Anoka, Minnesota. We are doing. We're live for. Appreciate super chat. I can keep you guys safe tonight. So again, this is a live shot right here, south of Foley near Appleby. Also near Cone's Corner. Looks like it's spinning a little bit up there. But yeah, nothing
Through that.
too rapid.
I already know what happens.
This is Connor Croft.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it'd be just to the north.
A little bit of something above his head. It looks like mostly scud right now. So another live shot from just west of the Twin Cities. This is on Duluth Street, or Duluth Street. See the wind starting to pick up here. It's very dark on the west side of Minneapolis with the storm rolling in right now, which again is likely producing at least some gusty winds, if not maybe damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. This is older. Oh, this is over near Golden Valley for reference. This particular camera. This is another live shot. This one's pretty good. It's another live shot. This is on US 169. Wind is picking up. Visibility is dropping rapidly here. Got a car pulling off onto the shoulder there at the very top of your screen. They just issued a severe warning, not for this storm, but the one further back to the west near Dassel and Montrose. That is going to be for 60 mile, or actually, no, just quarter size tail. No wind threat. Visibility has dropped rapidly here. Winds are picking up once again here. On Medicine Lake Road. Again, still no severe thunderstorm warning for those in the Twin Cities, but the winds have definitely been very close to being severe levels. If not, they have been. Yeah, multiple cars now pulling off on the shoulder because of the high winds and the low visibility. It's back over to our tornado warning in South Dakota. Starting to see it rotate more. Right above Connor's head.
Yeah, I'm gonna flip it. Yeah, it's still right above us.
It's starting to rotate. Look at that right there.
Gotta go south and then east, Chad.
This is definitely rotating now. This is just northwest of Castlewood, South Dakota. You can see it spinning. Also, this is a live shot in the west side of Minneapolis. This is on Fernbrook Lane. Winds are picking up again here. Might even have a little microburst happening. This area was already experiencing high winds just a few minutes ago. Winds have once again intensified here. So possibly a second, this might be a microburst here on the northwest side of Minneapolis. Got an area of diverging winds near Plymouth on the bottom right of your screen. This is almost undoubtedly 60 mile per hour winds here. I'm still surprised we do not have any severe warning for any part here, you know, of the Twin Cities. I don't understand it. I mean, this is definitely almost undoubtedly 60 plus mile per hour winds here. This is very high winds. This is definitely from a microburst, though. It's on Medicine Lake Road as well. And Fernbrook Lane, like this, is just unbelievable. The winds are still very strong here. You know, if we had like a measurement tool, like an anemometer on every single one of these cameras, that'd be kind of cool. Be able to get the actual data in real time. I mean, that is definitely 50, 60 plus mile per hour winds. They have now issued a severe warning after all that time. So a severe warning is now in effect for all of Minneapolis, St. Paul, Brooklyn Park. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So they've finally warned it. Thank you, Loretta, for the $10 super chat. My goodness, look at this camera. This is right back over to the Medicine Lake Road. I mean, this is likely a microburst. I think it is. Again, a microburst is like a localized area of very high winds. And it's all coming from, again, it's basically a big downburst. The highest winds are right at the, where it hits the ground, and then it all spreads out and weakens over time. I think that's what's happening right now here, at least near Medicine Lake Road as well. You can see all the cars going the opposite direction, going in the direction of the wind. Those cars are moving at maybe 15, 20 miles per hour. They're moving very slowly right now. And it's all because of the visibility dropping so much. And there's so many cars that have also pulled over now because of these high winds. It's another live shot on France Avenue as well, on the west side of Minneapolis. They shoot for the super chat. A lot of cloud ground lightning in the Twin Cities. It's definitely gonna be a lot of lightning with these storms. This camera's looking northeast. I believe all these cars are going northbound, so the winds are probably coming out in the north. So if you're traveling northbound on US 169 right now, you're gonna have some problems. I mean, these cars are moving very slowly, probably 20, 30 miles per hour tops, and got a bunch of people on the shoulder. And the wind has been consistently high for about 3 or 4 minutes now. This is the second round of wind that has hit this area. Also getting a report in the chat of hail in Plymouth. So again, this is in the Minneapolis area. This is basically what you can expect if you are in the Twin Cities over the next few minutes. It's getting a little bit calmer, a little bit calmer here on this camera. Still got some gusty winds. This back over to France Avenue on MN 100. Got a frequent amount of lightning as well on the northwest side of Minneapolis. This is a live shot from T8. This is I-494 on TH-55 westbound. There's definitely people parked under that overpass. That is almost undoubtedly people parked under the overpass here. We need some shame spams in the chat. My goodness, it's windy again here on Medicine Lake Road. The wind has gotten so high. That person on the very far right side of your screen is literally going 1 mile per hour on the interstate. I mean, or on the highway. The wind has gotten high again on Medicine Lake. This is like the third round of high winds in this exact spot. Be near microburst winds again. And this is also France Avenue, which has gotten crazy. So we got very high winds once again right in the midst of the Twin Cities right now. Got all sorts of cars pulling off to the shoulder. It's very difficult and treacherous driving conditions. The winds have been intense for the last several minutes here near New Hope, Brooklyn Center, Brooklyn Park, and Maple Grove. This is on France Avenue at MN 100. Oh my goodness. This is shame. This is the beginning of a massive traffic jam because of selfish people. There is no way to get around anybody under the overpass there. This is literally, everybody is just parked under the overpass on MN 100. Need a shame spam in the chat. This is unbelievable. Hey, Jim, for the $5 super chat. This is once again how accidents begin. This is quite literally unbelievable. This is all for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, by the way. This is a shame outbreak. So again, the winds are around 60 miles per hour. It's just a massive traffic jam at this point. It's exactly what you do not do during any severe storm. Again, I cannot stress that enough. If we were to have a tornado, if we were to have 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, all the winds are going to surge under the overpass. You're not safe there. Like, this is a very dangerous, type of situation here that people are literally risking. I mean, people are literally risking other people's lives too. Like, if it's heavy rain, they might not be able to see everybody stopped at this spot. And like, we could literally get multiple accidents, like big accidents. It's just selfish behavior by anybody that's parked on that overpass intentionally. This is on France Avenue. The winds are still very high on this camera on the northwest side of Minneapolis. Looks like some of these cars are beginning to move finally. The ones that did not stop are the ones that are watching our stream and knowing that you should not be doing this. It's also illegal. PDS shame warning. Well, at least most of the cars are now out of the overpass there. But this is one of the reasons why we made this little design on our store, for example. This little shame thing. It's to spread shame awareness. This happens all the time. So again, if you are ever in a situation where you are stuck behind people, I would just slam on your horn as loud as possible. And hopefully they'll move. Because like, in all reality, it is literally one of the most dangerous things going. If you are ever under an overpass and you're stuck with other people, you just show them that shame shirt, all right? Show them the shame sticker and they might move. They don't teach driver's ed anymore. Man, it's unbelievable. I literally can't believe that. I can't even believe there's still people parked on the overpass. I mean, it's not even windy anymore. At this point, it's just ridiculous. This is a live shot from our tornado warning back over in South Dakota. Let me go over to Tornado Pagey. They have a pretty good view of the storm here.
Right, guys,
back over to the west of Clear
west
Lake.
Of Castlewood, South Dakota.
On right of your screen is that storm. Still got a little
everywhere.
hook and an inflow.
Well, if you don't want to...
Afraid to get their car wet? That's terrible.
You get them?
Oh yeah, this is...
Skeeter Central.
Well, interesting.
Very blue inside of the
Skeeter
storm.
Central
Definitely
Station.
indicates some hail falling back in there. This was from earlier. This is from storm chaser Ben Williams, who had the again, a lot of chasers were on this. This was the tornado we had earlier in the stream. But this is one photo of the tornado. But the next two are even crazier. This is the second one of that tornado. Again, this happened today, beginning of the stream. First 30 minutes, this was the tornado that happened. And then the third photo is just insane. That's when the building exploded. So, absolutely crazy stuff here. Those are all courtesy of storm chaser Ben Williams. Say live shot back over in Minneapolis now. We are at 42nd Avenue on I-94. This camera is also shaking like crazy. This is a live shot also in Minneapolis. This camera was not shaking before, now it is. So winds are picking up in the Twin Cities. And believe it or not, we still got people parked under the overpass. It's actually that rain droplet kind of blurs it out, but there are still 2 cars parked under the overpass here. Back over on CO Road 81 here at MN 100. So this is all happening again in the Twin Cities. We also have quarter-sized hail that was reported back over on the west side of New Hope by emergency management. And this is what the storm looks like right now back over in the Minneapolis and St. Paul's area. Again, we still have very high winds. We're really right in the center of this over the north side of Minneapolis, and then also quarter to possibly even up to $half sized hail that'll be falling over the north side of Minneapolis over the next few minutes. So again, if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you should be staying away from windows and preferably on the lowest floor possible, as flying debris is still possible. And on top of that, we could have some hail that's falling with the storm that could probably won't damage any windows, but it's always a good idea to just be staying away from windows no matter what. You could always have a flying trampoline go rogue as well. So another live shot in Minneapolis. This is live on 37th Avenue. Also, this is a live shot from St. Paul right now. So if you're back over in St. Paul, this is right about what it looks like right now. This is on the virtual railfan. It's currently very ominous. We got some gusty winds beginning to roll in right now with the outflow boundary. It's starting to get a little bit more interesting now over in St. Paul. So we'll keep that in one of our slots. This is back over to the near downtown area, Minneapolis. Actually, let's go over to Connor. Connor's on the tornado warning storm in South Dakota.
Look, and the main core is starting to get filled.
We're definitely getting very linear here.
Said you're getting what early?
So we're definitely getting very linear here.
Hey Jay for the super chat. Is the Twin Cities even remotely clear after this? I think it's going to last probably for the next 30 minutes to an hour, and then we got another round of storms behind it, so we'll probably at least have another round of storms here shortly. This is live in St. Paul. See the wind picking up right now. It's in St. Paul, Minnesota. Wind's going right to left there. At least some gusty winds now moving to St. Paul. Hail in Minneapolis right now? Yeah, we at least have some quarter to $half sized hail falling in Minneapolis. Winds are definitely picking up though here. Major lightning in St. Paul. We're seeing it in real time right now. I mean, this is literally one of the better cameras that you're going to see in St. Paul. Any need for the $10 super chat? It's thundering really hard in Coon Rapids. Constant lightning. Only 2 little windows, though. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the super chat. We got more shame. Again. This is back over on US 169 MN 55. Car parked under the overpass right there. Again, this is the beginning of possibly another train of people parking under an overpass and causing a traffic jam. This was a photo from Falcon Storm Chasing on Twitter of a rope out of a tornado back over near Valentine, Nebraska. This was our confirmed tornado warning in Nebraska about 15-20 minutes ago. You can kind of see the little debris being picked, or little dirt debris kind of being picked up right here. And then that right there is the funnel. It's back over live to St. Paul. Still have around 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into St. Paul here over the next few minutes. Highest winds will likely be over Roseville, Maplewood over the next 3 to 4 minutes, and then St. Paul should start to see the highest winds here in the next couple minutes. I still don't think they've reached the peak of winds yet. Hey, Jordan for the super chat. Will this reach southern Wisconsin? I think we're going to at least see an isolated damaging wind threat in southern Wisconsin, but it probably won't be until like early tomorrow morning. And that is live there in St. Paul right now. We are keeping a very close eye on the storm again. It's right now in the heart of Minneapolis, and it's really now about to move into St. Paul. So the worst of it has now gone directly through the Twin Cities, and it will be moving into St. Paul here over the next minute or two. The winds have continued to stay pretty intense here. See all the rain curtains going from right to left. All the lighting kind of illuminates how high the winds are here in St. Paul. For reference, I believe this camera is near the University of Minnesota. So it's just on the south side of Roseville, which kind of correlates to where the highest winds are. It's near the University of Minnesota, also near the Mississippi National River and Recreational Area on the southeast side of Minneapolis. We got more shame. Once again, this is a different camera. This one's on 42nd Avenue. You got multiple people parked under overpasses here. Unbelievable. Just keeps going. It's on MN55. Not as bad, but we actually have, I think, 2 vehicles now. I think we only had 1 before. Now we're up to 2. Back over to St. Paul. Winds are still pretty strong here in St. Paul right now. Near Roseville. Your hair's looking better. Thank you. I was actually going to get a haircut tomorrow or on Tuesday. Haircut was a plan at some point here. Well, I'm not sure if this is exactly related to an overpass incident, but this is a major traffic jam on I-35 westbound at Hennepin Avenue. There's even people driving down the shoulder there. I'm not entirely sure if this has to do with people being parked under the overpass or not, but this is obviously a situation that is evolving. It's on the it's just barely northeast of Minneapolis. I think we actually have people parked under an overpass, but I think it's on the other side. This is looking at that same general area. You got 2 cars parked under the overpass. I think, yeah, this is a view. I think these people are all parked under the overpass. You can see it right there on the left. I think all those bright lights are people just parked under the overpass there. So this is looking from the other side. Pretty unbelievable, I'm not gonna lie. This is absurd. This is barely, like, this is in downtown Minneapolis, just barely northeast of the center of it. This is also another live shot, and there you go. You got even more. It's right on I-35. Everybody's doing it. Guys, this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some tiny hail that will barely dent anything. It's just unbelievable what people are even thinking here. Even if it was worse than that, you're not supposed to be doing this. Red shirt? My shirt's actually orange. I did think about that, though, today, though. This is a look at the traffic on these highways right now, and this would be an indication of people literally just parking under overpasses. So that's a view of the traffic right now. And this is right here on I-35 westbound, this general area on the northeast side of Minneapolis. It's just absurd. All these people parking on overpasses. This is not normal traffic by any means. Oh, the camera moved. It's now showing the people under the overpass. It kind of is now. This is just unfrickin' real. The camera guy is moving it. They're trying to shame everybody there. So much shame, I can't handle it. Hey, Michael and Heather for the $25 and $50 Venmo donations. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that, Heather. Thank you. Hey, Tom for the PayPal donation. This is the definition of a shame spam if I've ever seen one. Somebody's gonna get in an accident from this. I mean, like the other camera that we had on, by the way. Oh, they're zooming in. Zooming into somebody. The other camera that we just had on a moment ago, you can see how much more it's gotten backed up. Look how far it's gotten backed up. Like 2 minutes ago, that was way up there. Now all the cars are backed up almost a half a mile. I need to get my shame shirt out. I don't know where it is. I need to wear it for a time like this. I mean, still, multiple lanes are blocked on the actual highway because of these people's selfishness to stay under an overpass for literally nothing. These are the people that are actually trying to get through that traffic. This is the other side of the camera that we're looking at right now. I would low-key, if I'm driving through this, I'm literally just honking my horn the entire time. Like, I'm honking my horn all the way through. I literally don't give a crap what everybody else thinks. Just gonna blare my horn the entire time. From start to finish. I wish we had audio on these cameras, because honestly, if we had audio, like, I feel like we would hear horns nonstop. I love whoever's controlling these cameras. They literally zoomed right in on this. What is that car doing? Like, what? I don't understand why people think being under this overpass does anything for them. Literally, this is an interstate. This is I-35. It's just insane. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for St. Paul, Woodbury, Stillwater, and Hudson, just east of Minneapolis. Also, we just got a report over in Corcoran, Minnesota, that a house fire has been caused by lightning. That's as of about 8 minutes ago, just west of Brooklyn Park. Well, some of these people are finally starting to move. Somebody's gonna get in an accident. Like, I mean, like, just people pulling out. I mean, it's just terrible. They are sure not storm chasers. Yeah, that's for certain. No, we can definitely confirm that almost none of these people, at least the ones that are parked under the overpass, are not storm chasers. Now, we still got the problem over here too. This is also on I-35 westbound at Johnson Street. It's all in this little corridor. So again, if you look bottom right of your screen, it's all basically in this area from what we've seen so far. It's been mostly in that general corridor for the worst of this shame incident that's been happening. The traffic has apparently gotten more backed up though. We don't know why it's gotten backed up beyond this now, because like all of a sudden beyond this overpass there's even more traffic. So I'm not sure if there's another overpass that has more people parking underneath it, or if that is just unrelated, maybe due to actual traffic, possibly from an accident that may have happened following this. Like, we don't really know, but that could also be the situation here. Now, I think there's another situation where people are parking under the overpass. I'm trying to find the camera, though. Yeah, we got more people parked under the overpass, a little bit closer to downtown Minneapolis. This one is on Washington Avenue. You can see the traffic backed up there. That is another situation where there's people parked under the overpass. This is closer to 2nd Street. This is also a little bit closer to that. That's at University Avenue. At least most people are pulling out, but wow. Minnesota, what do you expect? This isn't just a Minnesota thing. This has been happening literally across the country ever since we've done streams like this. Every time there's a severe thunderstorm warning, it just gets, for whatever reason, everybody thinks it's a great idea to park under an overpass. The storm, though, now is producing golf ball sized hail. That report ended up happening in Falcon Heights, Minnesota. So that was from a train spotter. Once again, all this is for the most part happening in Ramsey County in Minnesota right now. So again, that is just east of Minneapolis. This is going to be tracking to Hudson, Baldwin, River Falls here over the next few minutes. So if you are in this area, make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you are driving, do not park under an overpass. That is probably the worst thing that you can do right now. It's literally at this point just selfish. Back off to the west, we have no tornado warnings looks like in effect anymore. It looks like the one for Clear Lake will be allowed to expire in 3 minutes. But we have a major cluster of storms that has developed near Clear Lake and just to the west of Wilmar that is currently producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour and upwards of golf ball sized hail from just east of Clark all the way back through Wilmar. So if you're anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning, make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is all currently tracking to the southeast. The tornado warning in Nebraska has expired. There's nothing there anymore. It's mostly just rain, so no tornado risk on that storm as of right now. Let's go back over to Minneapolis. Let me go to the terminal radar site real quick. This is the velocities on the terminal radar site. And for reference, radar is measuring 60 to 65 mile per hour winds right over the downtown area of St. Paul and Maplewood. So the winds are actually very high right now on the east side of Minneapolis. And again, if you have any friends or family that you might know that are tuning in, or even from this general area that might not be tuning in, definitely make sure to share the stream with them on Facebook, Twitter, all those good platforms. Again, we are live covering this severe weather event for the next several hours. I do not think this is the only round of storms for Minneapolis. I do think there will probably at least be one, maybe two more storms behind this that could also produce some severe weather tonight. So that is something else that I'll be keeping an eye on. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I was just going to give a quick update on our overall storm environment for the rest of the night. So basically right now we have two separate systems. Basically one that's all in Minnesota, and this is our linear system. And we also have a lot of discrete convection over here in South Dakota. These are both actually going to be interacting with the most favorable environment, which we do have pulled up over here on mesoscale analysis. So if you look really, really closely here, you can actually see basically where we have our line of discrete supercells. And the blue on this map is our surface vorticity, and the red is our 3 CAPE, which is the measure of CAPE we have in basically the 0 to 3 kilometer levels of our environment. So where we have the blue and red overlapping, which is basically in this area right here, is where we have the most favorable tornado environment. So we have basically one or two of our discrete supercells in this area, and just the very edge of our QLCS we have making our way across Minnesota right now in the most favorable environment. Something that you guys have often seen as well is our violent tornado parameter, which does an even better job of showing basically where this target area is for the highest chance of seeing a tornado throughout the remainder of tonight. For most of Minnesota, the threat is actually relatively low. There is somewhat of an enhanced environment up ahead of our line right next to it, where we are having sort of a storm modified environment, making it slightly more favorable for tornadoes. But because most of these storms are outflow dominant, we are not going to see a tornado out of that. However, where we do have our VTP maximum over here in South Dakota and parts of Minnesota, this is where we could still see a few tornadoes. The other thing that I want to point out real quick is our flash flooding threat that Max has talked about a little bit, at least. This is what we're looking at on that side. So this is one of the mesoscale analysis maps we use for heavy rain. Basically, what we're looking at here is our precipitable water values and our moisture transport. So basically, the bigger these arrows are, the quicker and the faster moisture is being transported off to the direction in which the arrows are pointed. So you can basically see that we have very large arrows pointing to our line over here that we have ongoing. That means that there's a lot of very moist air making its way directly into these storms, and they're continue to see very, very high values of precipitable water. And of course, the more precipitable water a storm has, the more rain it's going to produce. So anywhere in basically the maximum over here, we have the largest arrows and the highest PWatts. That is where we're going to see the most significant chance of flash flooding for the remainder of tonight.
All righty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a general overview of what's happening right now. Also, we no longer have any tornado warnings. As of 45 seconds ago, we are back down to just 8 severe thunderstorm warnings for the time being, stretching from Minneapolis and Stillwater in eastern Minnesota all the way back over into South Dakota. We do have a slew of severe warnings in Canada right now. Most of these are for damaging winds. We've had a little bit of a severe weather outbreak back over in Canada today to the north of International Falls. We had a bunch of different tornado warnings earlier. Now we are sitting at like 6 different severe warnings back up there in Canada, so it's been pretty active up there. Back over near Minneapolis, we are still experiencing a pretty significant severe storm here that is continuing to produce damaging winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour. Golf ball sized hail has continued as well with this storm, moving into Woodbury, Hudson, and then eventually tracking towards River Falls, Baldwin, and New Richmond. So be ready for a significant storm here. We've obviously had big traffic backups from this. It is honestly still shocking to me that we have people parked under the overpass with there being nothing here. I mean, there's still about 4 cars there before the entire highway was blocked off, in case you're just tuning in. But obviously, this has just been an evolving situation of many situations here in Minneapolis where we've had, people parking on overpasses. Also, this is a photo from earlier from our tornado. This from Tornado Pagey back over in Watertown, South Dakota. In case you guys are just tuning in, haven't already seen the tornado from earlier today, it was insane. Again, I highly recommend you go back and watch the stream. It was a crazy tornado. This is one of the craziest videos we've seen. This is from Ben Williams. This is literally as a home got picked up. Look at this. This happened earlier. This is from Storm Chaser Ben Williams. That home got picked up by the tornado. Luckily, nobody was in it, but like it literally just got sucked up by this violent tornado. Just unbelievable stuff here. And there's a lot of other videos also and photos on our Twitter and Facebook pages, which you can check out at MaxVelocityWX. It's one of the craziest videos that I've seen of this tornado so far. That was again from Storm Chaser Ben Williams. Also, the Storm Prediction Center has just released a new outlook for tonight. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place, which is a level 3 out of 5, which does include the Twin Cities. Does not include Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls is in the slight, and Duluth is still in the slight risk of severe weather. Damaging winds is still the primary concern. We have a 30% wind risk in place, which does include Minneapolis, just east of Aberdeen. Large hail is a possibility. Doesn't look to be super significant. There's also potential still for a few tornadoes. The 5% tornado risk has been condensed, only includes areas right along the South Dakota and Minnesota border. And then the 2% tornado risk goes from Duluth back into Valentine, Minneapolis, and Marquette are also included in that. So we still have an elevated threat of severe weather for the next several hours. Definitely want to make sure that you're still staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive warnings. Wind's picking up quite a bit right now on the east side of Minneapolis. This is a live shot on MN 120. See the wind picking up a little bit here. This is still a severe storm, producing up to golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Haven't really seen much in the way of, you know, anything with hail on any of these cameras. We've only seen small hail thus far. Just another live shot of the high winds on MN 36 at Hadley Avenue westbound. Visibility is not as bad as what it was back over in Minneapolis, but still pretty significant. Are the shirts good quality? Are you talking about the ones in our store? We have all of our merch for the most part. Like, all of it's high quality. Like, the shirts especially. All the shirts are, or for the most part, most of the shirts are Bella Canvas shirts, which are really comfortable. Actually, for the record, I didn't even realize I was wearing this. I'm actually wearing the Supercell t-shirt today. Kind of fitting for the tornado we had earlier. It's very comfortable. Thank you, Leah, for the $20 super chat. Got a little update also in Minnesota. We have now 44,000 customers without power in Minnesota. The vast majority of those are near the Twin Cities or just off to the west of the Twin Cities. So 44,000 customers are now sitting without power this evening. Anoka County has about 10,000 without power. Back over in Pope County, about 1,500 are without power right now. That shirt is lit. I love this shirt. I love wearing it. It's also very comfortable. I like the orange color. I don't know why. I don't have any orange shirts. It's like my only orange shirt. Actually, I think I have two. I have two orange shirts. Still very windy here on the east side of Minneapolis. This also, for the record, we haven't talked about Florida really at all today. This is a live shot in Sarasota County, Florida, where we have 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. This with the severe storm over in Sarasota. So this is on State Route 72. Got some high winds going through here as well. I got a shame shirt, W. It's back over to the Minneapolis area. Winds are still very strong here on the east side of Minneapolis. Near Woodbury and Hudson and Stillwater. All right, this is also, for the record, if you guys were wondering, like, how in the world do we also have Florida cameras? Well, this is our entire map. Well, I've showed this on streams before, but this is literally our entire map of all the cameras that we're able to use on streams. And it's a massive map. Like, this is all sorts of different cameras that we have. All the little purple and red dots, those are chasers as well. Interestingly enough, if we zoom out all the way and look at how many cameras we currently have, we have nearly 31,000. So we've been working on this for months now, and yeah, we also have 4 active chasers. But this has been a work in progress for months, and it is still coming along. We got a lot more cameras that we're adding as well. If you have a camera that you own that you want to have on stream at some point, or even just be able to let us use for severe weather events and such, feel free to email me. The email is down in the description, but definitely recommend you reach out. We can definitely add it. It's pretty easy. It's something that we've been working on for months, though. So getting live on the east side of Minneapolis right now. Still got some high winds rolling through on MN 36. This storm is still producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's basically going right down I-94 going to Hudson over the next few minutes. Eventually going towards Baldwin. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. We should get a new severe warning here shortly that will be going into western Wisconsin. So coming up on Baldwin, Martell, and town of Ellsworth will be in the path of this here shortly. Hey, Eric, for the super chat, do you remember when you did 8 hours plus streams? We have had plenty of those this year. We haven't had any recently, I don't think, but we've had a lot of those this year in general. Pretty typical, at least during severe weather season. I mean, now, like right now, it's not really that common because a lot of these events usually only last a few hours, but all right, we got another camera here near Minneapolis. Let's check this out. Wow, look at this. This is a pretty good view of the storm here from just east of Minneapolis. This is on MN36. You can actually see the shelf cloud and the storm rolling in. So very ominous skies here. Hey, Golder for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thanks for being live. No problem at all. Local channels say 1.75 inch hail. That is what the storm is warned for right now. The last time that we had any report of golf ball sized hail was about 21 minutes ago. Thought North Dakota was supposed to get storms tonight. I think there's a better chance of storms tomorrow. Got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning just south of the Twin Cities. This one's going to be just south of Shakopee, near Elko, New Markets, north of New Prague and Montgomery. That'll be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Tornado risk is relatively low with this storm for the time being, since it is outflow dominant, but wouldn't rule out a brief tornado risk. We also have that outflow boundary going all the way from Hudson back through St. Peter and Mankato. Apparently, I need to talk about the HRRR model for tomorrow. Let me look. Hey, Richard, for the $10 super chat. Apparently, okay, let me look at this first. Tomorrow's risk of severe weather is basically in the same area, so might as well just talk about it real quick. Okay, that is something. This would be a derecho if this were to happen. This literally, I would be shocked if this does pan. Like, if we have a pretty good chance of seeing something like this tomorrow, we'll probably see an enhanced, if not moderate, risk of severe weather tomorrow for damaging winds. To give you an idea of how serious this would be if this were to happen, the HRRR is hinting at 90 to 100 mile per hour winds on the south side of St. Clair and Minneapolis, right around 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Back over on the east side of Minneapolis. It's near Hudson and Lakeland. Wind is starting to pick up. Visibility is dropping. But yeah, tomorrow looks pretty serious. Not going to lie. Today was a bit more of a kind of scattered severe weather day. I think tomorrow has a very high ceiling for severe weather. When it comes to wind especially. I do think a derecho is in play tomorrow. I think 99% sure we did talk about that today in our video. I did mention the possibility of a derecho. I actually think it's legitimately possible tomorrow. Also, if you are if you're anywhere, like, you can literally say wherever you are. If in the chat, put where you're tuning in from in the chat. We're gonna do a little heat map. So we'll basically plot a map to see where everybody's tuning in from. Helps us be able to kind of narrow down where we should be talking about the most. So if you want, put your location in the chat. We'll have a map up here in a few minutes. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Tomorrow, again, has a very high ceiling when it comes to especially a wind threat. And obviously, some people do kind of knock down wind in some cases, but tomorrow looks like it could be a pretty serious day. just a crazy model run. Thank you, JE, for the $10 super chat. Minnesota drivers are exceptionally crap. I think what I've heard that from like every single state. It's a very common occurrence across every state, it seems like. Got another emergency vehicle going by on the bottom right of your screen. Where's your cat? Good question. The severe thunderstorm warning for Dakota, Ramsey, and Washington counties, which is this one over here near Stillwater, has been upgraded to 60-mile-per-hour winds being observed, and then a $half size hail also being observed. So that is for Woodbury, Hudson, Stillwater. You guys are all included in that risk of, again, $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This will be moving into western Wisconsin here shortly. We should get a new severe thunderstorm warning in a few moments. Heading into Hudson, Roberts, Kinnikinnick, River Falls, and Town of Richmond.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a brand new tornado warning. This is also in South Dakota. This one will be for those in Castlewood, Dempster, and Esteline. We got a couple storm chasers on this right now, but if you are in this tornado warning, get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Both bottom left, bottom right of your screen, those are storm chasers that are inside of this tornado warning. Overall, this storm, again, has not looked that great for a while now. It is still in a very favorable environment, though, for tornadoes, as it is in a very high shear environment. It looks very contaminated on radar, but nonetheless, if you are in Dempster, Castlewood, or back over in Esteline, I'd be seeking shelter and getting away from windows and getting on the lowest floor possible. Is the alert loud? All right, I'll have to turn it down. I don't know why it's loud. I didn't change anything. This is live back over in Minneapolis on the east side. Thank you, LK, for the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Hey, Wayne, for the gifted membership as well. So over to Connor. He's on the tornado warned storm here. Very ominous skies with his cracked windshield and all.
Got a good little place to pull off right here.
Hey, Rich, for the super chat. Catnip money for Max's cat. Hey, we got Jack's premium pet treats. In case you guys did not watch today's video, my cat is in love with the treats.
I'd be shocked if this
I
thing
think she's good enough with
shocked.
that. I don't think she needs more catnip.
In shock.
She has catnip toys, though. In case you guys did not watch today's video and you want some really good cat treats, or even dog treats, there is a link in the description to check those out. Super good. I can't confirm that, but my cat can.
I would say I'm a little lost also.
How many windshields do they go through each year? Just depends on how dangerous and frisky they want to be. I mean, Connor's probably gone through like 6. Joe's your cat? I don't know where she is.
Not getting a word of that, bro.
Minutes late as usual.
I'll try to at some point.
Dude.
Cheese Curd is an influencer? Oh my goodness. For the record, by the way, we do actually have a cat cam now. It's just, she's not in here, so it's kind of useless. Whenever she's in here next, we'll put the camera on. This is Tornado Pagey. They're driving up into the tornado warned storm right now. Near Esteline, South Dakota.
Slight chance of a spin up.
Yeah. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
While they get a little bit closer to this, let's go over to the heat map. This is a little idea of where everybody's tuning in from right now. We got, let's just do general United States first. This is a view of the entire country. Again, whenever you put your location, the chat basically plots on this map. Minneapolis, big hot spot. That is for sure. If we go to the more zoomed in map, Almost everybody tuning in right now, at least in the chat, is from the Minneapolis area. Almost everybody. Shakopee, Eau Claire, La Crosse, a few other locations there as well. This is an area that we've obviously already covered multiple times this year, and we are going to continue covering it tomorrow. We'll almost undoubtedly be live again tomorrow covering this. As a reminder, if you have any friends or family in the Midwest, like in Minneapolis, for example, definitely recommend you sharing the channel with them. Again, we provide commercial-free weather coverage all the time whenever there's significant severe weather ongoing, and I do think tomorrow, on top of today, but tomorrow could be a major day of severe weather. Definitely could see a derecho being a possibility tomorrow. So definitely a day that you want to be taking seriously, and friends and family that you know in those areas, anywhere in Minnesota, definitely need to be staying on alert.
Go ahead and go up and around.
Definitely looked like a little bit of a lowering there, off to the left of where Tornado Pagey is. I'm gonna go back to them in a second once they're looking back at the storm. This is Connor Croft. It's again on our tornado warning in Esteline. Thank you, Mighty, for the $10 super chat. South Carolina represent. W. Thank you, Michelle, for the 5 get to memberships. Also, Victoria for becoming a member. For the record, by the way, if that model trend does continue, we will probably have a video tomorrow morning talking all about the upcoming potential derecho threat. So definitely stay tuned. Click the bell icon so you're notified, because we'll almost undoubtedly have a video talking about that if that threat does uphold. Does appear as if it probably will, so.
It's engulfing us as we speak.
Something's engulfing Connor. This is back over to the Wisconsin and Minnesota border. This is back over on the storm near Hudson and Stillwater that is still actively producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also half-dollar sized hail. We do have a new damage report coming out of Mendota, Minnesota, which is just south of Minneapolis, which does confirm multiple trees down, taking down power lines at about 8:02 p.m., so within the last 40 minutes or so. We also had a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust observed back over in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. As according to an ASOS. There's also a 66... Okay, so this is the highest so far. We actually had a 66-mile-per-hour wind gust back over in St. Paul, Minnesota. That is an ASOS station. That's in Ramsey County. It's at 8:16 p.m. And we also had at least a few different reports of golf ball-sized hail near Minneapolis. So, pretty significant storm that has been going through the Minneapolis area, and this is on a bridge. Still pretty windy here. Actually got a wall cloud forming. It's storm intermedia.
Sounds like a little sauce.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely more than a little sus.
Whoa!
Does it look like it's rotating?
All right, Chad. I found my.
Not for my binge point.
I found my pull-off spot. Oh.
Definitely sus. Our tornado warning for Esteline and Castlewood.
No, I look a little sussy, isn't it, guys? A little sussy boy.
Thank you, Kathy, for becoming a VIP Velocity member, and Jeremy for the super chat.
Bum 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 bum. It's the sussy boy.
Again, possibly a tornado trying to form here over near Castlewood. It looks sus for now.
Heather, great to see you as always.
Doesn't look imminent, but might be trying.
Why do people choose to stop right over top of a hill?
Thank you, Eric, for the super chat.
News,
remember when you had 300K subscribers? I do.
That's great news.
Wasn't that long ago. It's like a year
I'll
ago.
never understand, nor will I ever try to understand. I mean, that looks definitely looks sus.
Sprinkles, good to see you.
I don't know, man.
Once again, this is near Castlewood and Esteline, South Dakota.
Oh, Grifter, great to see you.
Also, we just got a flash flood warning
Mark,
back
good to
over in
see you.
Minneapolis. This does include Stillwater, St. Paul, Maplewood, Roseville, Oakdale, Landfall, just north of Woodbury. That is an observed flooding threat. Back over in Roseville, there are cars stalled in flooding on Highway 36. If we have any sort of view of that, we'll let you know. But that is, unfortunately, a situation that is currently evolving.
Like outflowy kind of scud. Yeah.
Let's see if we have any cameras there. Highway 36.
It's trying to produce, guys. It's getting there, guys. It's getting there, chat. Oh. Gosh, you scared me for a minute.
This is a...
There's a couple roads up here that are closed. You can't get.
Let me go back over to this camera. This is a live shot.
Thanks.
Thank you for that.
I don't think we're bothering with this much longer anyway.
Back over in this on 36. This is where I was just mentioning the flooding. Looks like cars are turning around. We got some first responders there, likely turning them around due to the fact of the flooding that has happened here. There are cars stranded on 36, so people are being turned around. So that is a view there. Unfortunately, cannot see the actual flooding itself, but at least gives you an idea that there are road closures. So
To take a right on a gravel road. And
so we got a big wall cloud that's been trying to form over the last few minutes. I don't think it's really anything too concerning right now. Hasn't looked that good on radar, but that's definitely a little base, at least a lowering that is formed.
Yeah, it looks a little sus. So I just came over here to this one. Yep. But
as alluded to.
If you go back up over here to the gravel pit road, go up through, there's actually a good spot up there where you can see it all.
Okay. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this entire storm as well. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size tail. There is also a tornado possible label on it.
Not a problem. Have a good night, man. Thank you. You too.
Hey, James, the $20 super chat. Have a few bucks before we blow away in Shakopee. You're not going to blow away. You're good. Some isolated damaging wind potential.
So it does have a sussy look to it, doesn't it, Chad?
Yeah, it does.
We need sus t-shirts. That's what we need.
Little,
hey, Robert from Coda member. Thank you, Alejandro, for the super chat. It is not my birthday.
Above it, you can see like a little bit of what is that? Undultus asperatus, like whale's mouth. It's stable.
Hey, I've seen now. There was one day in Texas when we were all at that QT, or the tornado that happened in the whale's mouth. And,
I remember that.
And then there was a tornado that happened up in Nebraska in the whale's mouth on that same day.
Yeah, but those were more of boundary interactions.
W Arizona T, that is what I'm drinking right now.
I feel like it's going to come out of a wall cloud, and that's definitely not the case here.
No, I know. I'm just gotta get some hope, right?
Scud shirts.
I think we've had plenty enough.
Yeah, that's true.
I got so much video to go through.
This tornado warning, by the way, goes for another half an hour. Obviously, probably won't go that long, but rotation currently is near I-29. Still got a little lowering there on the right side of your screen. Give it a low chance of still trying to produce a tornado. Thank you tons for becoming a member. Dawson from Super Chat.
I had a good angle, but
like
I lost to both of you.
Should.
So then as soon as I lost to both of you, I was like, okay, I have a vantage point right here. Like,
when did you lose?
I lost Connor. You were separated from us from the start.
Yeah.
But I lost.
It's back over on that flooding situation north of Minneapolis and Roseville. Road has been completely blocked off here on MN 36. If we get any other footage closer up, we'll obviously let you know. If you guys have any photos or videos anywhere here in the Midwest, feel free to @ me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also message us on Facebook or mention us on Facebook. There's links to our social media pages down below. Also recommend you follow us on those platforms while you're at it.
I was within like 2 miles
all those
of the
linked
both
down
of
below.
You. It was.
I was just like happy to be right there when it developed.
But I heard my radio was so bad, it was in and out. But then I heard Connor. All I hear is him yelling at you to get out.
Looks like that little lowering is kind of getting wrapped in the rain now on the right side of your screen, not nearly as visible.
Getting closer,
This is Connor's view of the storm. He is currently driving. Got a lot of lightning with this storm near Dempster, South Dakota. Plenty of lightning. Overpass shame shirts should definitely be next, is what somebody just said in the chat. Well, if you haven't looked at shopmaxvelocity.net, we actually already have that. We already have our little shame collection, which is out. It's the second collection on the website.
Yo, welcome to Only Storms. Thanks, got a member.
Hey,
Thank you all the
Connor,
donations
Carnivore
and,
for the super
members
chat.
today, guys.
Thanks for the Midwest coverage. No problem at all. Thank you, Catherine, also for the super chat.
As we begin to slowly wrap up today's stream, just know we'll be live again at noon.
Guys, and I hear the little radio going, like, boop, 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 and then like I didn't hear a word. And then
Max
it would
hair
go, boop, boop,
shirts?
and then it would do that again.
You'd try and talk and then it wouldn't do it. Yep.
I
The
just
low
couldn't-
taper
I couldn't
fade is
say
still
anything,
massive.
so-
It is.
But that was probably because I stopped
I'm gonna get a
on
high
one of
fade, I
those-
think, for my haircut tomorrow or on Tuesday.
It was like I was on the top of a hill, but I kind of just pulled off a little bit because then I had a good shot before I was gonna go down and back up, down. And
For the
back
record,
up
by the
again.
way, this is kind of exciting news that's going to be coming up here very soon, but we are going to be moving our merch store soon.
No.
Which we're also going to have more things available, not just merch. Like, we're actually going to have other stuff.
Yes, I do.
We'll have stuff like weather stations, pet treats.
I just wanted to say I had some people in my
It's going to be
chat saying
expanding.
that house was occupied.
It's going to be pretty cool.
or whatever,
So that's going to be coming up
we were wrong,
very, very soon.
Tanner was wrong or whatever.
Don't know if that'll be this
The
week
house
or
was
next
not
week or
occupied.
soon, but very soon.
One of
It's
the
coming.
guys we were talking to earlier got there after it happened, and the people weren't home. Like, the house wasn't occupied by
Ice
people at
cream,
that
guys, we're not
moment,
selling food.
But people lived there. But nobody got hurt. They were missing some pets, though. I gotcha. Okay.
Wow, deal. I see how it is.
I just thought I'd give you some clarity on that because some people were complaining, saying that people needed help, and I got the full confirmation that there was
Arizona
literally
tea is
nobody
great,
there
too.
when
We're
it
not selling
happened.
Arizona tea. This is Tornado Page on the Tornado Warning Storm. That lowering gone pretty much wrapped in the rain.
There's a
Thank hand for letters for the super chat.
gradient right behind this field here.
Freeze dried cheese curds? Guys, we're not selling that kind of food.
Yeah, I see that.
For a moment, I thought it was a floating head. Guys, there is a distinct difference between this shirt and the back wall.
Strong winds, definitely.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What's the story with the derecho tomorrow? I think it's possible. I think it's possible. I'm not sold on it yet, but I am leaning towards, I think it being likely that we'll have a derecho tomorrow. Or at least some sort of big windbag. What that exactly entails, we don't really know yet, but as I just alluded to on the future radar, like tomorrow looks
Well,
like
that's kind of what I was I mean,
it could be a significant day. Like, I mean, we've already looked at the future radar and whatnot for tomorrow. I mean, this right here just looks major. The line of storms moving right into the Twin Cities tomorrow night. This right here is pictured as about 5-6 o'clock. And that's intense. Like, this would be producing widespread damaging winds from 60 to 100 miles per hour if this were to pan out. This is one of the only model runs that has really shown a definitive derecho. There have been some hints at it. So I do think it's still possible. And obviously tomorrow we're going to be almost undoubtedly live in the same exact area. Like, we're talking, again, Midwest tomorrow with a potentially significant wind event. These are the actual wind gusts. This is through tonight. This is into tomorrow morning. Big line of storms forms as early as 11, 12 o'clock tomorrow in South Dakota and North Dakota, and really gets intense as it moves in the direction of Minnesota. It even shows winds perhaps as high as 100, 120 miles per hour at 6 o'clock tomorrow, exactly where we're talking about right now, near Gary and Clear Lake and Watertown in South Dakota. And then it really still stays significant even into Minneapolis tomorrow evening. So we'll have to wait and see if I can actually get a video out in time for this, because we might even be live as early as like lunchtime if this is an actual derecho setup. At the bare minimum, I mean, we'll be live covering it. It just looks like a major event tomorrow if this were to transpire. We go to the 18Z HRRR. It does not show that same exact scenario. Instead, it shows a lot of clusters forming further to the east. But again, we could see either scenario easily pan out tomorrow. No matter what, though, tomorrow does look like a big day. So definitely a day that you want to be staying weather aware in the Midwest. And Tuesday is kind of a conditional day of severe weather. Doesn't look super significant right now, but we'll be keeping an eye on Tuesday. I think Tuesday, if we were to see anything, probably be in the Central Plains of the Midwest, but doesn't look too crazy as of right now. Tornado warning does continue for Dual and Hamlin counties in South Dakota. No changes to the warning really, other than it being a bit more condensed. That's near Esteline, just south of Clear Lake. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on this storm. We did have a little sus lowering earlier, but again, haven't really seen much of anything when it comes to an actual legit tornado risk. We've had some golf ball sized hail reported recently with that storm. Also near Minneapolis and Marshall, we still have an ongoing threat of 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail that is currently tracking down to the south. And then back over near the Twin Cities, we no longer have any severe warnings that encompass Minneapolis. We still have a severe warning, though, for those south of Shakopee near Elko, New Market, New Prague. That is still for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail moving to the east. And then back over in western Wisconsin, we got a strong storm that's rolling into River Falls, New Richmond, just south of Amory, that is producing gusty winds. That is no longer severe. We have a new report back over on the northeast side of St. Paul. This is going to be back over, let me get an exact location here. This is near Kennard Street and 5th Street, that there's reports of at least some sort of river/creek overflowing or a basement or yard flooding. And we also have another flood report over in Falcon Heights. That flooding is reported on Broadway Street near Highway 280. And bottom right of your screen, that was a camera which looks like has now gone out, but that camera had emergency responders there. Likely a closed roadway due to flooding. Actually, I think we might be able to see it now. This is over on in Roseville. You can see they've put caution tape up. I think they've entirely closed this roadway. This is on 36. So Highway 36, it looks like entirely closed the roadway there due to flooding. Someone just said in the chat, I watch your live streams instead of sleeping. Interesting. This is back over to Connor, who is on our tornado warning.
It'll be short, unfortunately.
In South Dakota.
Just saying the chance.
Near Brookings.
Oh, that happening. You know.
I will peek at the HRRR here real quick and see how much crap Cheesecake is full of. I am intrigued though. It's a 0Z, right? 0Z's out?
Yep.
Arizona tea sponsor one. It's the first time I think I've actually had an Arizona iced tea on stream. Actually, no, that's a lie. I'm just kidding. I've had it before. It's not in this big of a can. It's usually not in like a huge can like this. It's usually like a small can.
Aside from the fact that it's 2 hours away.
Yeah.
Connor's driving up into this tornado warning storm right now. Looks pretty elevated. But still tornado warning for the next 23 minutes. Your I-29 Esteline also included in this.
Copy that. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I was not speeding. Alright, well now we're going to keep streaming because I'm going to drive through the storm.
W. So, Connor's going to drive right into it. He's doing a little core punch. Perfect. See if there's anything interesting inside of this tornado warning storm.
Thank you to PayPal. I'm sorry, I missed that a while back.
Beautiful sunset. Pair along with this tornado warning storm. Tornado Pagey's kind of in the middle of the storm already. Don't forget, you can watch storm chasers like Storm Intermedia, Tornado Pagey, and Connor Croft all inside of the Radar Omega app. It's the weather app we've been using this entire stream. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. They're driving right in the midst of it. They're actually not far from where the area of rotation would be residing, but obviously impossible to see anything from that perspective.
Yeah, that thing is going full bore across South Dakota by breaking 21D. That is going to be wild tomorrow. Like, even from 9 tornado threat, like we full on have the chance for.
Back to him in a moment, but that's a live shot again of the sunset, at least of the storm. Still tornado warned as of right now near I-29 south of Clear Lake. This is just to the southwest of Gary. It will be eventually going towards White, Hendricks, and Bruce. Also eventually going towards Brookings. We no longer have any severe warnings for this big cluster of storms near Redwood Falls and New Ulm. I think the biggest concern right now is going to be gusty winds, a lot of lightning and heavy rain that could lead to flooding. Back over in the Twin Cities, we got some more heavy rain that's moving in right now. This will only increase the flooding threat across Minneapolis over the next few hours, mainly near Stillwater, Hudson. Minneapolis could also be in a flood warning here soon, especially if this rain continues to stay heavy, as it has been pretty heavy here over the last few minutes. Slowly moving into the Twin Cities. And then back over in western Wisconsin, we got outflow dominant storms that are producing some gusty winds that'll eventually go towards Eau Claire, Bloomer, and Menominee. Only severe warning in Minnesota right now is this one south of Shakopee, which is currently for quarter-sized hail. There is no longer a damaging wind risk on that. And then back up towards Duluth and anywhere in northeast Minnesota. No storms to be seen right now. They're all up in Canada. So things are looking pretty quiet up there, at least for the time being. And I think it'll probably stay that way for most of those areas tonight. There's Connor on this tornado warning storm here near Esteline. We're underneath the whale's mouth of the storm from the outflow boundary that's moved through.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna flip around here in a second.
Okay, let's drive through whatever's left of this thing.
It's about to core punch the storm here. It's tornado warning.
Oh, man, Brandon.
Wow. This is the sunset. This is back over. This is on MN25 I-94. This is where we had storms roll through earlier. Beautiful sunset. Absolutely stunning. This tornado Pagey in the middle of the tornado warning storm here. By the way, this is NATOcast's forecast for tomorrow for our tornado risk. And they haven't really shown anything very different from what the Storm Prediction Center has, but they have a large 2% tornado risk, which does include Minneapolis, South Dakota, and West Wisconsin. Once again, we're literally in the same area tomorrow for severe weather. Just not much of any difference here. So we are expecting another big day of severe weather, though, especially when it comes to wind. I think, again, a derecho is a possibility tomorrow. Tomorrow is definitely a day that you need to be staying weather aware. Could even have some hurricane force winds tomorrow evening. Back over in Minneapolis and surrounding areas, especially if that line of storms pans out. And here we go. Connor's gonna be punching into this thing here over the next few minutes.
Same here.
He's an
He's already got gas.
See if he sees anything.
Yeah, let me check to see if I can get it again. I don't think so. No, there's 127 there. I got 174 range, so I should be fine.
Wow. It's a photo that just got sent in from a viewer back over in, this is from Paul, back over in Twin Cities. Look at this. Absolutely stunning sunset after all the storms that we've had over the last few hours. Purple, pink, orange, kind of a mix of all those colors here. Thank you, Ian, for becoming a member. And again, if you have any photos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Hey, Tip Canoe for the super chat. Do we ever move forward on the storm calendar featuring the best shots? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. We'll have to look into that a little bit more. That's something, if we did a calendar, it would be for 2026. And if we released it, it would probably at least be another couple months from now. We'll see. I thought you were going on vacation. It's not yet. I'm going on vacation in a few days.
As long as we're like driving through storms here.
I will be on vacation starting in about 4 days. But honestly, I don't see much happening beyond like tomorrow. Like Tuesday through next week look to be at least a little bit calmer. Doesn't look like anything major will be happening while I'm gone. Where am I going? Midwest. First time going to the Midwest. Basically golfing for 5 days. Well, Connor's punching through the storm, but kind of on the west side of it. This tornado page, they are underneath the area where the rotation would be located. But again, I don't think there's really much here. I think it's just mostly rain and hail and wind. The tornado risk is really low. Mostly contaminated on radar. Much needed vacation. You're not wrong. Haven't had a single vacation this year. I don't think I've been on vacation like at all since like, or even just time off in general since, I think the last time was the end of 2023. It's been a long time. Actually, I take that back. No, last summer, June, about a year. Did have something middle of last year. This is a photo of flooding in Texas. This is over in El Paso, Texas. As of just moments ago, this is one of the cameras there. One of the Texas Department of Transportation cameras. It's got some major flooding over in El Paso tonight. Entire highway, nobody's passing by. It's on I-10 for reference. Flooding has been the common theme this month. Where is this? This is located near Esteline, South Dakota. We're punching through a tornado-warning storm right now.
Good light show here.
Heat map? We did a heat map earlier. My current handicap? I literally don't know. I haven't tracked it in like 2 years. Tornado warning still continues for another 13 minutes. 13 minutes left on this tornado warning. It's update on the Twin Cities. I think the Twin Cities at this point, the biggest concern is going to be flooding. Flooding is going to be the biggest concern. Still a low chance of severe weather though. Thank you, Ian, for the $10 super chat. Thanks, Max, Riley, and the mods for all you do. Appreciate the super chat. What do you usually shoot in golf? High 80s, low 90s typically. Lead signal. We'll go back to him in a second. It's back to live radar again. This is still tornado warning in South Dakota. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning. There's literally nothing on radar that makes me think there's really even any rotation. It's been pretty weak, and it's been mostly outflow dominant. But again, if you're in Clear Lake, Castlewood, Haiti, continue to stay away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail still are possible. Still a low chance of a tornado as well, but I think the tornado risk with that area of storms is much lower. You can actually see an outflow boundary being shot off from the storms as far south now as just south of Brookings near Pipestone. So huge outflow boundary being shot off by the storms. We also have a severe warning back over in kind of southern South Dakota. That's near Chamberlain, south of Gan Valley. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And they have just gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning, so that's pretty good timing. We also have a severe warning still ongoing just to the south of Minneapolis, just south of Shakopee. That is for quarter-sized hail. If this storm was any closer to the outflow boundary, it would have a pretty good chance of producing a tornado. It's just too far out from the outflow boundary to actually produce a tornado. It has a pretty good shape to it. I mean, it has a hook shape and everything, but it's just, again, outflow dominant. And that's been the biggest problem with these storms today. And it's honestly been the biggest problem with the storms all month long. We've had so many outflow dominant storms. And so that is why this thing is not currently producing. But nonetheless, definitely something that we need to continue to keep an eye on in case it does get closer to the outflow boundary. I think the chances of a tornado are on the lower side of things here. Back over to the east of Minneapolis, we have an ongoing flooding threat that is continuing to increase. We got very slow-moving showers and storms right now that are continuing to dump over the Twin Cities. Woodbury, Stillwater, White Bear Township, all currently getting a pretty good amount of rain right now. This flooding has been observed. We've had 3 different flood reports. Highway 36, just northeast of Minneapolis, has been closed to some extent due to the flooding. I would expect that to be a problem at least for the next few hours as rain continues to fall. Otherwise, we really don't have any other severe warnings. We have one over in Montana, but across the board, every severe warning for the most part is in Minnesota or South Dakota. We have one little rogue one over near Carson City, Nevada. That is for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. But outside of that, it's mostly still a Midwest threat for at least the next few hours with damaging winds, hail, and at least a low tornado risk continuing. Back over to Connor. He's now driving right through the middle of this storm here in eastern South Dakota near Esteline. Winds aren't anything too crazy, but at least some gusty winds here. By the way, we do have some exciting stuff coming up here soon. A lot of upgrades coming to the channel, but we also have another exciting thing that's going to be upcoming soon. We are working currently on, this is kind of behind the scenes stuff, but it's going to be something that's going to come more into fruition here soon. But we are going to be soon working with a nonprofit. And somebody that's going to be helping us along the way is Caleb Beecham. In case you have not heard, he is somebody that has worked very closely with nonprofits in the past, and we are going to be working with him to be able to essentially have a really good flow with working with a nonprofit. We are currently in talks with a nonprofit about basically doing a lot of relief efforts sort of stuff on this channel and being able to help out, especially during hurricane season, severe weather season, literally any time of the year. And so that is something that is currently in the works. So exciting stuff coming up soon. Hopefully we'll have that all set up in time for our first hurricane, assuming that we're going to get a hurricane this year. It's obviously been very quiet so far, but yeah, we're probably gonna have a hurricane at some point. It's just been a very quiet year compared to last year. I think one of the biggest problems with this year compared to last year is that everybody kind of, you know, expected a tropical storm or hurricane basically every single week, because that's how it was last year. That's not usually how it goes. This year we'll probably see one at some point relatively soon. The European AI model, which has actually been very good with tropics in the past, has been indicating something in the tropics sometime around August 6th or 7th all the way through the 12th and 13th here near Florida. So again, nothing imminent, nothing to really worry about, just something that we're going to be keeping an eye on. But yeah, again, hurricane season's here, obviously. We are gonna likely start to see our first major developments here over the next few weeks, but at least for the time being, it is quiet, and hopefully it stays that way, but you never know. Back over to Connor in Esteline, South Dakota. Punching through the remnants of this storm that did produce a big tornado earlier. Mostly just gusty winds right now and some small hail. Are there conditions in place for a microburst in Minnesota? There's still a possibility we could get a microburst in Minnesota, but at this point, I think most of the severe weather risk, in terms of damaging winds, is definitely lower. Mostly just gusty winds at this point.
Found a wild meteor. Found a wild meteor.
Why is it always up north in the summer? Because the jet stream and the general
this
weather
asshole
pattern
to
all
get
shifts
lights
north.
off.
Our jet stream shifts north, that's where all the severe weather goes. So where all the weather in general usually goes. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in South Dakota. This one is going to be back over in Brule County, South Dakota. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. That is this storm over here near Chamberlain going towards Kimball. That is currently moving to the east, going towards White Lake and Plankinton. And this is the storm that Connor's been driving through here over the last few minutes. Lightning flickering like crazy, or New Ulm. Is this person parked under the overpass?
What are you doing, meteor?
What's going on here? No way. Guys, what are we doing?
I am playing that game.
Hey, seriously? Are we really parked under the overpass? Like... Hey, Nancy, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. Dude, like, what? Yeah, that was so random.
Grapple maps taking me to the damn frontage road. Yeah, guys, if you're gonna pull off under an overpass, you should probably pull off on the shoulder so you don't block an entire lane. If I weren't tired, I probably would have rolled down my window and screamed at him, but I don't have the energy for that.
Sweet radio server's back. What the heck was going on?
Apple Maps is trash. I don't even know if people still use Apple Maps, I'm not gonna lie.
In that situation, Meteor, you have to be the aggressor. I just drive past him.
That t-shirt, it's a good t-shirt to have, especially for moments like that. You can literally just wear it and show it outside your window. I mean, a little shame action. Connor's driving through the thick of it here near Castlewood in South Dakota. Still looking at half-dollar size tails, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I don't understand why people are parking under overpasses for that, but you know, it is what it is. Can't really do much about it sometimes. Back over in Minnesota, still dealing with damaging winds. Not really much damaging winds, but gusty winds, also frequent lightning and some flooding rain. Again, nothing really severe though anymore. I don't think they're going to continue this severe thunderstorm warning south of Minneapolis. So assuming they don't continue that severe warning, we are going to be back down to, I think, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings here in a moment. So the number is dropping across the Midwest. We only have 3 actually, or 4 in place, but one of them is about to expire. Back over in South Carolina, there is a new severe warning near Pageland and Chesterfield. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing really too significant out of that storm, other than just wind. And otherwise, again, most of the activity is still in the Midwest. Still got a bunch of storms out there. Flooding continuing to be a big problem, especially back over near Minneapolis tonight. Let's finally see the light at the end of the tunnel here for Connor.
There we go. We got more people under the overpass there.
Connor loves rain. Shame overload. Been a big shame overload today.
Down there to the right side of the road. You see that, Garrett?
Put on your shame shirt. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know where I put my shame shirt. Like, I don't even know where it is. Like, I can't even tell you. I moved all my stuff and I have no clue where I put it. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota. That's going to be for Scott and Dakota counties. So that's going to be to the south of Minneapolis. It'll be an extension to our storm north of Northfield. So that'll be for 60, or no wind, but half-dollar size hail is a concern. So that's going towards Cannon Falls. Elko New Market, just north of Northfield. This is currently tracking to the east right now. Just south of Cottage Grove, going towards Hastings and Oak Grove. The storm here, by the way, for Echo Tops, it's still, most of these storms are still around 45, 50,000 feet. So, still pretty tall. But generally speaking, everything's outflow dominant, which means they're kind of in a colder and more stable environment. So most of what we're going to see out of any storms here is going to be damaging winds and hail, which is why we don't have any tornado warnings active as of right now. Everything's been just kind of chill.
I mean, if I wasn't tired, I would have rolled down my window and cussed them out, but yeah, it just wasn't worth the little energy I have left.
Yeah, but I always just freaking turn on my lights and just drive around them. Screw it.
Okay, you know, I just was trying to, I just didn't know, I should have known I had a lot more room, but, you know.
Cars will be exiting out of the rain here in a moment.
It's gotta play.
But again, we didn't really see much on this storm when it came to a tornado threat, at least from the last hour or so. We had much more of a tornado threat earlier. It's definitely gone down here, back over in South Dakota. Love my shame hoodie. Great design on this one. It's awesome. It is a great design. I do agree. We got another design, by the way, coming. This is, I'm going to show you guys a little sneak peek. This is our next design that is coming soon to shopmaxvelocity.net. It's a work in progress. We're still working on it, but this will be the next one. So pretty excited about this. Cheese Cur merch is coming soon. Coming soon. We got a little bit of time though until it comes out.
wish that was the way it was.
We're gonna work on the collar. I don't know what the collar color is gonna be. I think dark blue's too dark blue. Hey Donnie for the $20 super chat. Midwest to golf. Here's for a few drinks and of course of choice from Wisconsin. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll be golfing for 5 days, I believe. So, it'll be my first vacation in over a year. Be nice to get away. I think we're picking pretty good timing too. Severe weather is at least going to be a little bit less significant.
My glass lights up every time there's a lightning flash.
Definitely got plenty of lightning here over in Clear Lake and Castlewood. Come to San Antonio for your vacation? Why? I used to live in Texas. I think I went to San Antonio once. Maybe. Can't remember. I don't think I went to Austin. I think I went to San Antonio though once. Maybe not. I don't actually remember. Golfing with golf ball size tail? I will be. Are all the storms in Minnesota moving directly east? Yeah, for the most part, everything's moving. I mean, like the storm motion itself is east, but you can see there's an outflow boundary going south, which is why all these storms are developing further south. So, but everything over here near Minneapolis is mostly moving east. We don't really have any new storm development happening over here. It's mostly going to be a lot of rain, gusty winds being a big concern. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. That's for Linden Oaks and Fayetteville. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Some small change-sized hail is also a possibility as this continues to track down to the southeast. Hey, Melissa for the $20 super chat. I love your help in the community. I appreciate that, and thank you for the super chat. Wisconsin has the best golf courses. I guess I'll be the decider of that here in a few days. Because I've literally never even been in the Midwest, but it's definitely going to be a first for golfing too. Is Cheese Kerr going on vacation with you? She is not. Pretty sure it's $75 each way just to bring a pet one. That's crazy. We're not gonna have any golf streams, by the way. No golf streams. No intentions of streaming it.
Like, come on, dude.
It's gonna be relaxing.
I'm gonna stop in Watertown to get food, I think. I might go to Qdoba.
Thank you, Ethan, for the $10 super chat. Is Minneapolis area gonna see a derecho tomorrow? I mean, I think it's possible. I do think tomorrow has the potential for a big. It has the potential to be a big wind day. Again, I don't know if it's gonna be a full-blown derecho or not yet. That's kind of hard to determine, but at least this far out, derechos are not always super predictable, but I do think there is a chance of it at least happening. I do think the Storm Prediction Center will have an enhanced risk of severe weather for wind tomorrow at the minimum, but if you guys have not already seen, this is what it looks like for tomorrow. And again, by late tomorrow morning, we could have a big line back over North and South Dakota producing significant damaging winds. This would eventually translate into an even larger line of storms by the mid to late afternoon in South Dakota, eventually moving into Minnesota during the late afternoon and early evening, producing widespread damaging winds between 60 to 80 miles per hour, which would eventually move into the Twin Cities. So there is a potential for a big wind bag tomorrow, potentially a very significant day of damaging winds. And on top of that, there is also a chance for a few tornadoes embedded in this line. May have a localized area of higher tornado potential as well in a similar area to where we were covering today. And that could also translate towards the Minneapolis area. Tornado risk should be close to zero for Wisconsin. I really think the greatest corridor is going to be this kind of area here. So that'll be mainly around the Twin Cities and near Owatonna, all the way back over towards Gary, Clear Lake, and Watertown in South Dakota. So again, I do think tomorrow's going to be a big day. It's definitely a day that you want to be staying weather aware for. And even if these wind gusts are remotely close to correct, I mean, we're talking about the potential for a potentially, 80 to 100 mile per hour winds in some spots from this wind bag. Brookings could be near 100. That's the kind of potential that we could have tomorrow with the wind threat. So, assuming that this does happen, we will be live tomorrow, covering this threat of severe weather. So definitely make sure you are subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live. We'll probably have a video tomorrow morning. I'm not sure yet, but we'll probably have one tomorrow morning talking about it too. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, another thing that's going to be adding to our wind threat tomorrow, which is actually something that we experienced a couple of weeks ago in North Dakota, is just the area of low pressure that we're going to have behind our system here. So you were just showing on the HRRR what we're looking like in terms of wind speeds, but this is actually a look at our pressure and what we can expect across or for pressure tomorrow after the system moves here. And what you're seeing right here, basically across the central region of Minnesota, let me switch the color of my pen, across the central region of Minnesota here is actually the low pressure behind the possible derecho that's going to move through tomorrow. What this is going to do is it's basically going to funnel wind into the backside of the storm from all around it, and even far behind the front line damage or the front damaging winds of that storm, sort of along the shelf cloud and the outflow. We're going to see wind ripping all the way in the back. So this might be another situation where we have damaging winds go through with the leading edge of the storm, and then another 2 hours after that, we're still seeing winds upwards of 60, 70, maybe into the 80 or 90 mile per hour range across Minnesota tomorrow. So that's definitely something to keep an eye out for. Obviously, that sort of a mesoscale feature, so we have to get much closer to actually know if that's going to happen. But if that is something that we see play out tomorrow, we could definitely have some very significant damaging winds across almost all of central Minnesota.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's another little outlook on tomorrow. And again, I do think tomorrow will be a big day of severe weather. Looking at the Radar Omega outlook here, you can actually pull it up on the Radar Omega app. You can look at the different SPC outlooks day by day. This is the risk that they currently have outlined for tomorrow. Again, we got a big slight risk across the Midwest, back into Montana. I do fully expect we'll have an enhanced risk of severe weather, more than likely for this portion of South Dakota. So near Pierre, Miller, Clark, Clear Lake. Could even include Twin Cities again tomorrow. Maybe Rochester, Shakopee, Sioux Falls, maybe even in that enhanced. That's kind of where I think we'll have the greatest corridor for damaging winds. They have already hatched the wind threat for tomorrow, so they already have outlined that there could be damaging winds higher than 75 miles per hour, anywhere from Miller and Sioux Falls all the way back through Clear Lake and Shakopee. And then our tornado risk as of right now is just a large 2%. But I could see there being a localized corridor, maybe of a 5% back over here near Clear Lake, north of Sioux Falls, and just to the southwest there of Minneapolis. So a few tornadoes do at least appear possible tomorrow. I wouldn't say it's likely, but I would at least say it's possible, especially if a line of storms forms back over here in the Dakotas and then translates towards the southern Minnesota areas. Thank you, Gorilla, for the super chat. Also, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That one's going to be back over in South Dakota. That is for Sanborn and Gerald counties. So that'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds right over Woonsocket, going towards Artisan, Letcher, eventually going towards Howard, Canova. So be ready for that as that continues to push down to the east-southeast over the next several minutes. Hey, Jeanette, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. We also still have a big hailstorm right now south of Minneapolis, going in the direction of Oak Grove, north of Northfield. That is still producing $half sized hail. Not really much of a wind threat as of right now, but if you are in this area, continue to stay away from windows. If you are out on the roadways, you might want to try to avoid being near this storm. There actually are a couple of cameras in this general area. This is a live shot inside of the severe thunderstorm warning right now. Winds are gusty. I wouldn't say they're severe, but they're at least gusty right now inside of the storm. Definitely a lot of lightning. Definitely a lightning show out here. Let me get this camera on here. Put that in 1. That's a live shot here just south of Minneapolis. This is in our severe thunderstorm warning. See the wind's picking up though on the roadway there. Just some gusty winds, nothing severe. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we're starting to hear reports out of Fort Bliss, Texas, where we have a considerable flash flood going on. Apparently, there are some structures that was damaging. We had an emergency manager report that there was a collapsed wall from flash flooding.
Alrighty, thank you for the updates. This back over near El Paso, which is an area that we've had major flooding in over the last few hours. We had an entire highway that was basically underwater for a good, few hundred feet, which has essentially stopped traffic in one direction. And that is what's happening right now near I-10 back over in El Paso, Texas. So big flooding happening over there tonight. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, which does include Clear Lake and Castlewood and Brant. That is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We also have a new severe warning for Marshall, just south of Cottonwood, west of Milroy. That is also for quarter-sized hail. As of right now, no threat of wind as of right now, just gusty winds on that storm for the time being. Hey, Chaz, for the 14-month membership. This back over to our severe warning south of Minneapolis, north of Northfield and Cannon Falls. Max, do you think a moderate risk of severe weather is possible tomorrow? I do. I do think a moderate risk is possible, but we'll have to wait for the trends tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a good stream. Tomorrow could be a big day. Tomorrow has the potential, again, to be big. We'll have to wait and see. Again, we mentioned it even in this morning's video. I do think a derecho is entirely possible. So, we will see. So once again, just south of Minneapolis, west of Red Wing and Cannon Falls, still experiencing some gusty winds. This storm is still warned for quarter-sized hail. Look at the new NATO cast. What, for today? I mean, today's NATO cast, I don't even think it was that close to being accurate. Trying to find the NATO cast. This was NATO cast outlook for tomorrow. And again, it shows a 2 and 3% tornado risk. Today's tornado risk from NATO cast was pretty off. I mean, there was literally only one tornado, I'm pretty sure, today, and it was just that one. Or maybe two. There might have been a brief one. There was a large tornado, and then we had a brief one after that. So, we've had very few tornadoes. There might have been one earlier in the day, too. In case you guys are just tuning in and haven't already heard, again, tomorrow looks like it could be a big day of severe weather. Looks like it could be a long day of severe weather as well. I want to go back into the future radar in case you are just tuning in. But again, we could have a potential for a derecho tomorrow. The HRRR has been very locked in on this scenario occurring, where we get a big line of storms that forms in the Dakotas tomorrow afternoon, and then eventually goes into Minneapolis and other areas in South and North Dakota tomorrow evening. So, and tomorrow could be a big day. It could be a very long day. I definitely recommend, if you are not already, again, subscribe to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live, because I do think tomorrow will have the potential, at the minimum, to be a big day of severe weather. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we just got an update from the National Hurricane Center over in the Central Pacific. We now officially have Tropical Storm Iona, so this is actually just going to be out there south of Hawaii churning up water, but it is still notable because this is our first named storm of the season in the Central Pacific activity basin.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's just south of Hawaii. I need to put on the actual cone. Unless it just hasn't loaded yet. Might not loaded yet. But this is the area that we're looking at, Tropical Storm Iona, and this will be going just south of Hawaii. So, a little development out there. And look at the Atlantic. There is nothing to be seen. Absolutely nothing. It is quiet. Can't wait till I jinx that too. I actually said 2 days ago the weather's quiet, and it has taken a turn today and probably tomorrow. Oh, my bad. This is the actual track. I was about to say that looked backwards. This is the actual track of Tropical Storm, or eventually about to be named Tropical Storm Iona here in a moment. Going east to west. Nothing merch? Not to a nothing merch. Low chance of that becoming a hurricane. It's still windy here south of Minneapolis, near Northfield. It's right on I-35. Nothing too crazy, but just gusty winds. What was predicted for the Milwaukee-Chicago region on Tuesday? You know, Tuesday is kind of one of those days that just, you know, it looks like it has potential, but I don't know if it's actually going to do much. Tuesday is very 50-50 on actually having anything significant, in my opinion. Show you guys Tuesday. So the HRRR on Tuesday, currently, in the Midwest, shows basically nothing. But it might be an evening threat, which is why that might be the case. The Rufus, on the other hand, has showed at least some storms forming just after, 7, 8 o'clock, and eventually turning into some big hail and windstorms back over in Iowa and Nebraska. Not necessarily a Illinois or Wisconsin event. So if that ends up happening, I mean, we'll probably end up seeing at least some significant hail and wind, but tornado risk should stay low on Tuesday. And then Wednesday, I don't think we're really talking about much. So also, this is the Rufus model for the potential derecho tomorrow, and the Rufus doesn't show anything in the Dakotas really up until about 3, 4, 5 o'clock, and that's mainly back over in eastern South Dakota, then shows a big line of storms going through the Twin Cities. I still have a pretty high confidence that we are going to be talking about a major mesoscale convective system tomorrow, if not a potential derecho in the upper Midwest, again, mainly for South Dakota and Minnesota. Some other states could be impacted to some extent, but it looks like Minnesota and South Dakota are really going to be a target for that tomorrow. And I do want to point out, I've already alluded to this, earlier in today's stream and also our last stream, but I will be on vacation beginning, I think, on Thursday. So no streams from Thursday up until I come back, which, again, during that time frame, the weather's looking fairly quiet. Obviously, if anything changes, we'll have videos talking about it, but yeah, I don't see really much happening beyond even Tuesday of this week. I think after Tuesday of this week, we're really going into a pretty quiet pattern for about a week. So not seeing much. Again, we are getting now to the time of the year where severe weather becomes a lot less frequent in general. August is not a big month for severe weather. It's usually tropics, and obviously the tropics have been quiet, so hasn't been really much to talk about in that department either. Hey, Jason, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Just chase the Midwest in 5 days. Hey, I'm going to the Midwest for like 5 days for my vacation. And if there are storms while I'm golfing, I'm going to be sad. But there should be a pretty large high pressure system in place in the surface levels. If we have a video tomorrow, it'll be talking about the potential significant wind event in the northern plains in the Midwest. That will be happening literally tomorrow. And then if we don't have a video, we'll obviously be live. And then Tuesday, we'll have a video talking about the general weather pattern. This is live back over south of Minneapolis, still in our severe warning. It's been pretty gusty here for quite a bit. I'm going to see if there's any other cameras down the route here that have anything interesting. Not really much of anything beyond this. It's just mostly gusty winds and some hail. You jinxed it last year? Last year was like literally so active, I felt like hurricane season. Every other week we had something to talk about like that was major. I wonder if it'll be, the same as we go into August and September. But last year we had a lot of stuff even in July, so. I love the lightning shows. We got a lightning show going on right now. All across Minnesota for the most part. If you're anywhere south of Minneapolis, you probably got a lightning show going on outside. Got a lot of lightning in Mankato. Actually, we should look at the lightning map. Currently, the amount of lightning that we have, estimated by lightningmaps.org, currently estimating around 150 lightning strikes a minute across the board. I think there's more lightning than that, but nonetheless, we definitely have quite a bit of lightning. I think that lightning number might be underestimated, though. How's it going, Caleb? Have you found the lover of your life yet? No. So random. Insane lightning show? It is pretty insane. Nothing but peace and quiet in Canton, Ohio. It's been pretty quiet this year in Ohio. Only had a few severe weather events that have been notable. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have a report out of basically the El Paso area again. Apparently, there's a 6-foot sinkhole that's been reported, probably associated with the flooding there. So this is something that we see happen in the area when we do have flash flooding events. Is it washes away sediment underneath the ground, and then the ground falls down. That's what a sinkhole is. So sinkholes are being reported as flash flooding is ongoing.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's back over in El Paso in far west Texas. We've had some major flooding there tonight. And we have a photo from somewhere. Where'd the photo go? There was a photo of the flooding. This is a photo from the flooding earlier. And you can see entire highway. This is on I-10. You can see the entire highway was flooded over there, at least on one side of the highway, which is, at this point, obviously still an ongoing threat. And people are obviously not able to get over those flooded waters, so... Thank you, Kathy, for the 2-month membership. Appreciate that. So we got an ongoing flooding threat in Minneapolis. Good news is that the rain is beginning to wind down. Just light rain at this point, nothing too heavy. Total precip estimated by radar. This is actually almost an hour old. But most of the St. Paul area has at least picked up a few inches of rain. A lot of low-lying areas have received, especially underpasses, have received major flooding so far tonight, which has blocked off roadways. That'll be an ongoing threat probably for the next few hours, and then it should hopefully taper down before rush hour tomorrow morning. Still have a severe warning in place northwest of Cannon Falls in Minnesota. That is for quarter-sized hail. No damaging wind risk on that. We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Slayton and the lakes just outside of Westbrook. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail just to the south of Tracy. And then back over in South Dakota, we still have 3 different severe thunderstorm warnings from Chamberlain all the way back over into Clear Lake. Those are producing anywhere from quarter to $half sized hail and up to 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The only other severe warnings that we have one still for South Carolina. That's for 18 more minutes near Pageland. That is also producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then the last one is back over in Montana, north of Great Falls, which is still producing 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. So again, everything for the most part at this point has gotten a lot less significant when it comes to at least our tornado risk and our even wind and hail threats. But they are still ongoing, at least for the foreseeable future. Still a very low tornado risk. I think one area that we'd have to actually watch for a very, I would say it's a very low chance, but this area here, northwest of Rochester, I'd say has a very low chance of a tornado in the next 30 minutes, but that'd be mostly because of the outflow boundary interactions that we're seeing there. Just something to keep an eye on, but nothing too major. This is from Jamie on Twitter. This is a really cool photo. This is from Jamie on Twitter over in Sauk Rapids, Minnesota tonight. Another beautiful sunset. I mean, it doesn't even look real. We've had multiple photos, though, like this that have been sent in. Thank you, Alexandra, and also Pro for becoming members. It's an absolutely stunning sunset tonight. You check Ontario. Yeah, Ontario's just got a big line of thunderstorms, mostly producing some isolated to scattered damaging winds. There's still a low tornado risk, but I don't see anything too crazy. Got a big line of storms going right across Ontario right now. Thank you, Maria, for the Venmo donation. Appreciate that. Oh, if you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. You can also message us on Facebook and Twitter. Best way to do it, though, is adding us on Twitter. Some of the photos right now. It's actually a cool shot from earlier. This was sent in by Drake on Twitter. This is from the Twin Cities. This is right from downtown Minneapolis. John McKinney's live? What? Where? Huh. Let me see if he has anything. Didn't even realize he was chasing today. Can't really see much. It's so dark. But he's on one of the storms north of Mitchell in South Dakota. Thank you, Maelstrom, for the super chat. Potential unwarned tornado south of Sioux Falls. Or west of Sioux Falls. Talking about this over here, that is not a tornado. There's nothing down here that looks even remotely tornadic right now. It's all mostly just hail and wind. Yeah, I don't think that's a tornado. I think it's just some sort of contamination. Just got a new report back over to the north of Northfield on the severe storm south of Minneapolis near Lakeville, Minnesota for quarter-sized hail. So the storm has had a history of producing quarter-sized hail. This entire cluster is still producing tons of lightning. This should fall apart before really getting too far to the south and east over the next few hours. Let me do a quick little future radar loop so you have an idea what's going to be happening for the next few hours. This is the future beyond now. So this will be, let me do this. So this is what it looks like by 11 to 12 o'clock tonight. That line of storms will be moving in northern Iowa and western Wisconsin. It should still stay intense enough so that we get strong storms across northern Iowa overnight tonight. Mainly by 12 to 1 o'clock, storms will be moving into the areas like Waterloo, Waverly, Mason City, Fort Dodge, and Storm Lake, producing at least some level of gusty winds and maybe some small hail and some lightning. And then eventually by around 3 to 4 in the morning, that area of storms would move into Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, and Davenport, and then it would fall apart as it moves into Illinois and Missouri by daybreak tomorrow morning. And then the next thing I'll be watching for, as we've already alluded to, will be the potential for a derecho tomorrow in the northern plains in the Midwest, which we will be live again tomorrow covering that. So, assuming that that actually happens. But tomorrow does look like an active day of severe weather. Velocities are being measured up near 55 to nearly 60 miles per hour now near Cannon Falls on this severe thunderstorm warning. Hasn't had any warning for wind, but wouldn't be surprised if we have some damaging winds with this storm. Just to the north of Northfield. Let's see if we have any cameras in this area. Let's see. There's a few coming up here. It's actually a live shot. Let's do this. Saw a live shot back over on the severe storm just north of Cannon Falls. See some gusty winds. Still a lot of lightning on this storm. What time tomorrow? I mean, it could literally be anywhere from like 12 or 1 all the way through like 11 or 12 tomorrow night. I think the peak of whatever happens though tomorrow will probably be from about 3:30, 4 o'clock until about midnight. This is on Route 52, or US 52, north of Cannon Falls near Vermilion. Got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across northern Iowa, southern Minnesota, and southeastern South Dakota. They have mentioned that the severe weather threat is expected to develop southward across parts of far southern Minnesota, far southeastern South Dakota, and northern Iowa over the next few hours. The most probable peak intensity for wind is between 55 and 70 miles per hour. Hail up to the size of golf balls, and then the potential for a couple of tornadoes still exists this evening. The greatest tornado threat would be back over here in southeastern South Dakota, far southwestern Minnesota, and far northwestern Iowa. So the tornado threat isn't done. It's just, again, all the storms for the most part have been outflow dominant, which has been limiting the tornado threat in general. So for the time being, the tornado risk is still on the low side of things, but not zero. Storm motion is not helping either. Actually, your hair looks so good today. I don't know why my hair looks like this today. I'm not going to lie. Wind is picking up here. Back on US 52 near Empire. Just north of Cannon Falls in Minnesota, just south of Minneapolis. You woke up like this? Hey, you're not wrong. Probably woke up like this. Sioux Falls clear tonight? Sioux Falls is not clear tonight. Sioux Falls is not clear tonight. So I got some up, at least a potential for some severe weather here shortly. Should be mainly a wind threat though. Here's another camera. This is inside of our severe thunderstorm warning as well, just south of Minneapolis. See the wind start to pick up there on the roadway. Fairly gusty so far. Nothing really damaging yet. They have just condensed the warning. It is still warned for quarter-sized hail. How's Cheese Car doing? She's doing good. She's doing good. She's probably sleeping right now if I had to guess. Sleeps most of the day. It's another view here back over on US 52. Definitely some gusty winds. Camera's shaking a little bit. Will Brookings, South Dakota be safe tonight? I think just isolated wind and hail is the biggest concern. Tornado risk is pretty much zero at this point. Well, the cat cam be ready. We have a cat cam ready to go. It's just the cat isn't in here, so he's not where the cat cam would be. But we'll definitely have one. We have one set up. It's just, again, she's not in here. It'll be pretty cool though when we have that fully set up. I'm going to draw a line real quick, and if you're anywhere behind the line, you guys are good for tonight. When it comes to severe weather, there's still a threat of flooding, but basically anywhere behind this line, you guys are, for the most part, done with severe weather. If you're north or west of that line, which does include Minneapolis, you guys are good. You can go to bed. Anywhere to the south, I mean, you could still go to bed, just have ways to receive warnings. Mostly a wind threat. Some hail is also possible. Tornado is crazy. I live in Watertown. Yeah, I mean, literally, you could have gone probably, I mean, you shouldn't do this, but you literally could have gone outside and seen the tornado, like, literally from 20, 30 miles away. Tornado Pagey was so far east of Watertown, and they still saw the tornado from literally 15, 20 miles away. So, it was very visible. It was very photogenic, and it was visible from a long ways away, mainly because of how flat the terrain is. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota and South Dakota. That'll be back over near Minneapolis. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. So that is just south of Canby. Do you study geography? You know areas pretty well? Not really. I mean, I did study geography, but like not like in depth for each state or anything like that. With that said, I mean, I cover these areas so often, I kind of know where places are now. I've gotten pretty used to it. This is live back over to the south of Minneapolis. Still pretty high winds right now. Back on US 52. Hey, Woodlot for becoming a member. Ooh, the winds pick up here on US 52. Getting pretty intense. Tomorrow, we've already talked about tomorrow a bunch in this stream. Pretty good chance we'll have a video tomorrow. If we don't, though, for some reason, we'll be live covering it, and we can always talk about it then. I'm not gonna lie, these winds look like they're at least 40, 50, could be up to 60. Warning, the severe warning for this storm is not for anything higher than 50-mile-per-hour winds, but definitely looks a little bit stronger than that. Hey, KS for the super chat. Well, Owatonna, Minnesota again, anything? Just some gusty winds. I think the risk of severe weather, generally speaking, is pretty low. Some small tree branches could always fall down. The bats take off. They took out like over an hour ago. Took off a while ago. Actually, look at this camera. It's on US 52 as well. Wind's coming from behind the camera and going forwards. And once again, probably around 45, 55 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe a tad higher than that. This storm again going towards Maysville, Welch, Vasa, Cannon Falls, Diamond Bluff, Red Wing, all in areas just southeast of Minneapolis in Minnesota. So just be ready for gusty winds again across this entire line. It's basically going to be gusty winds, lightning, and maybe even some hail as well. Glad you're getting a vacation. I'm excited for it. Few days away. Alrighty, well, we're going to continue our live coverage, but I'm going to go ahead and wind it down on this stream. Riley's going to continue live coverage on his channel. All you guys got to do is just stay on the stream and you'll be redirected automatically to Riley's severe weather coverage. He's going to continue coverage at least for the next hour or two as severe weather continues. We still have 7 severe warnings and a non-zero chance of tornadoes that still exists. So if you have any questions, you can obviously ask him. Otherwise, thank you guys all so much for watching. As always, make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already. Click the bell icon so you're notified if and when we do go live, which will probably be again tomorrow. Also, huge shout out to Radar Omega for sponsoring today's stream. If you want to download the Radar Omega app, it is the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And once again, huge shout out to them for sponsoring today's stream. It's the weather app again we've been using this entire stream. On top of that, make sure you go check us out on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also join our Discord server. The link is down in the description. Also, huge shout out again to Jack's Premium Pet Treats for sponsoring today's video. Definitely recommend you guys check them out. Again, their treats are literally amazing, and it's also a small business. Definitely support them if you can. There is a link down in the description. I'll also post it in the chat. Again, Cheese Curd absolutely loves the treats. Definitely recommend them, or at least Cheese Curd does. Top link, again, or one of the links down in the description below. But again, if you want to keep watching weather coverage, Riley will continue that here. You'll be redirected to his stream automatically. Otherwise, you can just look up Mr. Dibble on YouTube. Thank you guys all again so much for watching. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.